Hi YouTube! Welcome! How are y'all doing? And it's Necro Bonello, Skeleton Vampire Extraordinaire, and we're doing the finale of Phoenix Wright. Very curious to see where it's going after the Von Karma case, since it felt like it was pretty much ready to go, so let's go! Loading the content. It looks like an animation out of WarioWare. Like, this feels like the difference between the Game Boy Advance version and the DS version. You know what I mean? Like with the 3D animation. Yeah, they are. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. Again, why don't people hire this guy? I know he's like a new blood and all that, but he solved a 15-year case. Like, excuse me, a 15-year cold case, and sabotage, well, pretty much crippled a corrupt empire / CEO. People should be lining up to have this guy representing them. I've had offers, but none I took. Wait, oh, Phoenix, you gotta, dude, bro, you gotta pay the bills, dude. That is, until the day that girl showed up. I mean, buddy, you're not Nishikiyama. You don't have infinite life savings to just stay off of. So who's this girl? Why do I come here to the office every day? Sound like I want to work. I think I get it. Sorry. Yeah, no, I get what's going on. He's depressed that his little goober Maya's gone. I'd be too. There you are, finally. Oh, heyo. You do look unique enough to be a main character. Anyway, what the hell kind of voice am I gonna give you? Because Maya has a little bit of the falsetto, or like the gruffy. So, I don't know what I'm gonna settle on for this lady's voice, at least for now. Cause, I don't know. She looks like she's mid, and she looks like she's like around 18, 19. Well, I'll have to see like the profile, but for now, let's go with, where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Oh, no. I don't have the rack that Mia does. Are you just now realizing that? Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are? The coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yeah, exactly. This dude should be famous. Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But, you're Phoenix Wright. Excuse me, but you're Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Uh-oh. Trauma flashback! Maya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much! My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Alright, let's learn a bit more. Well, actually, first things first. Profiles. 16. Okay, so no. Wow, you're actually younger than Maya. But way taller. I'm glad she's not here to learn that. At least not yet. Anyway, what is your deal? Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just, you seem kind of, jumpy. Maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh my god, she's not even 16 years old yet! So you better watch what you say, chap. Oh, I see. Wait! Only 16? Not even yet, dude! I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. Huh, wow. Wow, and here I thought Edgeworth was a prodigy. My work is becoming quite well known. At my age, no less. Alright. She's got the goober stance with the hands. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, because you can't pay me yet, I guess you call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age, no less. Great, another professional future in training. So, alright, tell us about the... Alright, so you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can Falk, or... Excuse me, Fault. Not Falk. I'm thinking of Street Fighter V too much. Sure can't fault her for her lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. Looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. Let's discuss the case before that. What's that about? Yeah, trials tomorrow? My sister didn't do it! She wouldn't stab someone with a knife! She wouldn't! She'd use a pencil! So, it's a murder case. God damn it. One of these days, can't I just have something for, like, larceny? Or, you know, maybe just fraudulence, tax evasion, something a little bit more mundane. Maybe that's why Phoenix doesn't want to deal with all these cases anymore, because every single time he has to solve a murder mystery. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it! Yeah, I've seen this dog and pony show before. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but... that's interesting. How would she know Mia? Yeah, how do you know my former boss? This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school. Well, she always told me to go to Mia if they ever needed a defense attorney. And, well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Maybe Emma's just thinking progressive. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Uh-oh. Serious time. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Oh, whoa. Huh? Same wavelength, Phoenix, once again. But, But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. Anywho, on that dour note, let's get to the detention center. Alright, let's see what's what. What happened here? Uh-huh. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to on a race this year, Understood, ma'am. What was that about? Hi, Lana. Honey, I seem to remember specifically you telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be in the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Damn! Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey! How do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry. What is it exactly that you do? Yeah, shouldn't you be going after the Hulk? Or working under Bradley? My name is Lana. Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? You should be my rival, not on my, client. Wait, what? 2 sisters, 1 lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just like... Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Alright, so what happened? There's something you should know from the start. Which is... The suspect in this case has to confess to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is you! Me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. Yeah, put him in a body bag or a trash bag first, Lana. That's just sloppy. I was arrested on the spot. Caught red-handed, as it were. Oh, that's just great. So, who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. Oh god, not Gumshoe! A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you. Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. She's dodging the question. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. Yeah, I feel like the cards are stacked against us. If you kill a police officer, or the boys in blue are gonna do everything to put you away. What does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. Exactly. They'll use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So, tell me about yourself. You're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing the trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities, in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Not really. I mean, I've seen 3 of the biggest people you've had, but I never fought the final boss yet. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible. You wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. I feel like she's lying. Like, what she's doing now is just presenting an orgy of evidence. Like, she's like, oh yeah, I stabbed him. Oh yeah, the victim I stabbed. Oh yeah, I totally stabbed him. Yes, yes, stabbed him. That is what I've done. Yes, I've stabbed him. Like, and all these cops are going, oh my god, we're gonna get this bitch. She's the one who did it. She killed our boy. She is obviously the one who did it. And everyone looking in on this is gonna be like, okay, clearly she's covering for someone else, dude. But she confessed. Yeah, I just asked her like, what happened to her bandage. It's like, oh yeah, this is the cut from my hand from when I stabbed that guy. Yep, the man and the victim that I'm being tried for. Yes, I stabbed him. Yes, yes, again, indeed. Yes. The man I stabbed. Yes. Like, this is a lady doth protest too much incident where it's like, what fucking Nimrod would admit this much? You would confess once and then just stop bringing it up. I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. You're also not very good at convincing me that you're guilty. How am I supposed to defend this? I'm sure we'll find a way, Phoenix. Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in a class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? Yeah. How do you know Mia? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year, and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. I've read those types of dojins before. That was probably why she was attracted to me. I've also seen these types of dojins before. Yeah, even Phoenix is caught off guard. Intellectually attracted. Lana was top of her class in school. Yeah, intellectually attracted. Let's go with that. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana! Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. Aww. I hate you, Lana. Oh no. Anyway. Why was that timing perfect? That was just literally the oh no. Anyway. Hey, Bit. Oh my god. Mr. Wright? Yeah? I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you. So, do I have a client now, or... Okay. Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Alright, I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana's confessed to her the crime, yes? But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here. And I'm gonna find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. This soon, too! She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something that defies a simple scientific explanation. Phoenix, you work with a spiritual medium. You've talked to your dead friend multiple times. Let's go check out the underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay! Moving on. Well, this certainly is an interesting situation. And we got a new goober to help us out. So, this is the lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone! Keep up the good work! Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my coworkers in 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying to not stand out too much here. See? Hey there! Please be Gumshoe, please be Gumshoe, please be Gumshoe, please be Gumshoe. You expecting to go? It is Gumshoe! You expecting to go? Oh, I noticed here, partner. Partner? Oh, never mind. That's okay. Of all the things I was expecting, Chad, I wasn't expecting this. Anyway, what do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them dogs tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall! Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Alright, Chad, I'm feeling a little... Man, he's comparing chins. Man's got a chin like mine, god damn! You're not even shaving properly, dude. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike. See? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti... Oh my god, what? You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You wanu. What's this guy talking about? We're in Japan! How do you act like this? You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. What Clint Eastwood movie did he walk off of? Was that, Hombre, a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of, yeah. He's a detective. Who thinks he's the sheriff in the Wild West, it seems. To be honest, not the weirdest person we've encountered in this game. Anywho, is that a wallet? What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer? Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. Okay, I feel like this girl has Maya's instinct to steal things, so... She's got on a little bit more of a notch in my book. How's that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Hastily stuffed wallet into pocket. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? Say what now? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell. Well, she's been waiting for this. Okay. Now, look at the court record. It's the ending, and I'm already getting a new tutorial. What the hell, man? Okay. Okay, I did. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, look at this DS screen BS. Examine carefully of all sides, every angle. Alright, whoa, what the? Whoa, this is crazy, dude. Can I? Oh, look, I think there might be a clue here. Check it out and press enter. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID number 58842-189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Well, we got new evidence. Goodman's ID. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I gotta be on my toes from now on. Huh. Well, interesting. Alright, let's see what else we got. Door! Look! A door! This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open! A mysterious lock. I failed to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Phoenix, you stop being so depressed, man. Just get back into work. Aha! A ladder. That's a stepladder. What's the difference in scientific terms, please? Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Okay. That's not a clue? This feels like a hatch. What's on the phone? See if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff if we don't need to be touching. Yeah, you know, if they dust this place for fingerprints, they might be looking at us now. My ears! No, my ears! Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey! What did you just say? See? I can hear. You can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Alright, Bop, bop. Alright, oh. Alright. Barrels. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. You can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. You'll just become an enemy in Lisa the Painful. At worst. Alright, anyway. The gate! This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? She seems to have like half an idea of this science shit. Anyway. That's obviously where he's stuffed. Let's get hunting for clues. Wonder what this is. Oh, god damn it. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. Sheriff! Like I said before, this here is our claim. You best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite at the bullet.
Yeah! Could you just tell one thing? Who owns that car?
Well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You wanna know who rides that red Mustang with a body and a saddle, eh?
Please!
No problem, partner. About time for victuals anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor at the Prospector's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter. Good point, Phoenix.
Note to self, look up Vittles Saloon Cerveza.
Maybe we should check out room 1202. Hi, Prosecutor's office. Please leave. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off our claim.
Right. Great. Awesome.
That dude plays way too much Red Dead Redemption. Alright, and that's the check mark off on Easy Joke of the Night. And now I have to start trying for humor. For once in my life. Or, you know, death. Ah, god damn it, I did it again. Oh god, no. Oh god, who now? Are you two all set? Us? Hey, yo, what the... What? Why you got jelly and donuts in your hair, girl? Or rather, on your hat. She couldn't be.
You're selling lunches? Here?
This is a crime scene. Is that beans and rice? That actually looks really good. Anyway.
Hello. Half and half, was it?
Oh, thanks.
And you, sir?
Yeah?
Some crunchy goodness coming at you.
Thanks. Interesting way of doing business.
This area's off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even in my day, days as the cough-up queen are over.
Cough-up? Huh?
You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on the lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets.
Secrets?
Dear me, you're a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective.
What? Oh god, why can't we have just a normal hot lady as a normal witness instead of a potential murderer? The moment you insult the goober is the moment you admit your own crime.
You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about?
Please, cough-up queen, tell us what happened.
The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels.
Yes, please. Yes, ma'am. Me and Phoenix are one in the same. Seriously. This is getting ridiculous, Nick. Every single time, dude, I say something and just speak my mind, you have to say the exact same thing. At this point, people are gonna think I've been cheating and reading the script ahead of time, dude. Anyway, mommy, please, I need some information.
Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was gonna happen. Just like I know that daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Yeah, Von Karma's kind of a douchebag, and I mean, Edgeworth had his share of fouls, but he wasn't a demon like Karma. Prosecutors, they have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce! So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday? I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew! Oh no, it's not because I make you puke it up. It's because I punch you in your stomach until you cough up your lunch. The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his cart that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. Biased, evil, she tried to get Adlana killed. So, what did you see? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Sky wield that knife so. Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Sky's knife. So, do you have heterochromia? Like, check this out. Silver Eye here. Wait a second. You know Lana Sky? Sorry, voice acting. Yeah, and, it's more grayish here. Maybe her eye color just kind of pops when she's evil, you know? Like, kind of how my eyes are popping whenever I do something evil, or I'm angry. You know, they're just kind of popping. You know, they're very, very, very popping. You know, that's so popping that I can say popping without the use of my lips. Or the fact that I have no lips at all to be like, I'm popping pussy. Anyway. Quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin should he pack to make the journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Alright, so what is your deal? Yeah. I come here every day to sell lunches. I piss in them. You see, to poison the prosecutors. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the boxed lunches are a hit here. Why not make lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. No. Oh, wait. There we go. Transparency high. Bit of advice, chat. If any food looks like me, just don't eat it. I mean, I'm quite the dish, but like, only me. Yeah, huh. I don't even want to appreciate the part of a trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, guess selling lunches is more important than romance. I mean, come on, girls gotta eat. So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. Phoenix, you're a fool. Being 2 months without a case has left you rusty. That is a pretty goddamn helpful old description of this woman. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha! Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Reminds me of a certain big dog lady I know. Oh, excuse me, big wolf lady. That was rude. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a cause of food poisoning. Scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking, cough-up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Well, alright, lady. I'll see you in your, in-court freakout. Wait, what? Is there nothing left for me to check out? Ah, man. There's a little thingy over there I wanted to look at. Anyway. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it was gonna be Edgeworth. And I knew he was a goddamn Super Sentai fan. Look at that. That's a Steel Samurai in the background. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Hey, Goebel. And what's up? You're looking at it. Quite a change from your office, really. So, all you need to know is that this lady's sister is the chief prosecutor, who literally admitted to a murder that she apparently caused, and we're investigating it with her. And she is a science girl, 16, and she just introduced us to a new gimmick. So, yeah. Like, this is clearly the case that showed up, that they included in the DS version to show off the bits with the DS. Because we did, like, what was literally just a touchscreen thing in the PC. Also, this is clearly where we're going to see Edgeworth. Thanks. Look! It's a trophy or something. Thing in here. It's a good case, though? Cool. A trophy? What? That shield? It really takes a nerd to display stuff like this. It kind of looks less... Oh, wait, no, never mind. I see the divot for the shield. I don't know. The shape just kind of reminded me of, like, the golden arrow from JoJo. Like, the shape of it. Edgeworth is going to stab himself with it by accident and get himself his own court stand. Well, whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. He's okay once you get to know him. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. What up, Edgy? Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course! I'm his biggest fan! Oh, boy. My sister introduced us once, and... Right. Her sister is chief prosecutor, after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. Aw. Edgeworth is taking in that a little personally. Come on, buddy, lighten up. No, did I? No! It was just Mr. Wright here. He... Hey! Don't blame me! Well, I was here to investigate a murder case.
Murder?
A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot.
Huh? That would be my car. What of it? Oh my god, that is a sneaky ass face. That's an emote. Like, looking at that face right now, that is a goddamn emote. What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can't scream. I don't think she's got the lung capacity of Maya though, but we'll have to put the two in the same room to find out. Anyway, what up, Banshee Poo? So the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all the trouble to help me last year, no less.
No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no. She didn't do that. I mean...
Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then?
Yes, sir. I'm Sky. It's nice to meet you again.
Nah, that didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit it. It was a surprise for me, too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. God damn it, why couldn't they get someone like Pade on this, man? I know you don't want to do this. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow.
You? Mr. Edgeworth.
Ah, man. Most people would dream of having a scenario with, to do this to their boss, but I don't feel like Edgeworth is feeling too keen on this. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Oh, yeah, I mean, there's gotta be a lot of shit and mudslinging going around after that bullshit stuff with Von Karma. Yep, Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Oh yeah, and also the forgery. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Phoenix, you do illegal searches all the time. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy! Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. Ain't that the truth, man? It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop. He takes it in stride, at least. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Anyway, first things first, Lana. Chief Prosecutor Sky. Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Come on, buddy. You know what's not true.
Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you.
Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? I feel like Edgeworth is less concerned about the murder and the fact that he can't use his car anymore. Also, I just realized I'm floating. Whoop! Sorry. Vampiric magic. Don't worry about it. Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. Edgeworth, I know you have Edge in your name, but why do you carry a knife on you? What? Mr. Edgeworth! Your knife was the murder weapon?
To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Huh. Kind of a weird tool to keep in your car, man. Like, I understand a jack, a winch, maybe he likes like a flashlight, but why would you need a knife for emergency repair? Please, Phoenix, please ask about this. What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Are you seriously telling me, after all the bullshit we went through last year and everything you did, you're going to think I'm throwing all of that away for this? Come on, can't you take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, Nick. Bad joke. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of there's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? She's bumming. She's crushing on Edgeworth, you can tell. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, God. Yeah, don't worry, Emma. You're, let's just say you're, a different extreme on the spectrum for now. Wait at least a couple years, though, Sprout. Anyway, what the hell's up with this trophy? Yeah. It has a big K on it. No, Prosecutors. Oh, it's King of Prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. I'm not saying that. It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So that K, that's... K stands for king? Yeah, you got a problem with that. I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month. Only better. This is evidence? Huh. Oh, can we talk more about it? So the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of the Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors! Please stop saying that. Still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken up? Maybe Edgeworth, like tossed it and it broke and he's like, huh. Cheap junk. Maybe that's why he's upset. Anyway. Can we check this? Alright, let's go. Oh, hello. What's this? Metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. One of the guys is listed a bunch of times. I bet it's Von Karma, isn't it? Yep, called it. Guess he must be a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably it. Well, whatever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. Yeah, for all the wrong fucking reasons. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. No, you don't. He'll tase you, bitch. When she says it, his name does kind of have a ring to it. Yeah, kind of. He's still a douchebag, though. And that's putting it lightly. Okay, so... is there anything else here? I love that. There's a big dumb fist on the end of it. Just As Edgeworth's like, I guess it looks a little alright. And then he just saw the big dumb Hulk fist. And he's like, this is so gauche. Anyway, I think that's all there is for this for now. Oh, well, we may as well check this out. This feels important. Yep, still's got bloodstain on it. Give me a taste. Must have been the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. With his shirt off. Out at a river. Like a nice big bear. Looking for salmon. Emma? Earth to Emma? Ah! What? What, Nick? Teenage daydreams. We've all had them. Alright, anything else to this? Let's see, we got the bloodstain. No, it looks like that's pretty much it. I guess they keep the thing centered so you're not just looking over this thing way too meticulously. Anywho, what else you got in your room, Edgy Poo? There's this desk. Quite tidy. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Huh? What about Autumn? Strange. Why didn't I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. He'll take all your money. He'll sue ya, even if you look at him funny. Tea time. Cute! What a pretty tea set. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing! The jar below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend! What an exquisitely splendid concoction! There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. No such thing! Anyway, what else? What's up with the chessboard? I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like the blue is in a bit of a tight spot. Also, where are the other pieces? Red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses mounted are knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. Check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kinda reminds me of you. Emma, that thing is bare. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. Books! Yep, case files. Stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. Must have someone get them for him. Oh, I guess Gumshoe and him are buddy-buddy. I would say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. The couch. Something like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. Oh, sorry, it's Skittle. And it's not going down. Without a fight! I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. Felix, just earlier, she was daydreaming about Edgeworth in the woods. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheek from the seams. Yep, she's a fangirl. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? If he can rock it. And of course, there's his coat. This must be his lucky trial jacket. I must sniff it! Lucky jacket, right.
I never even seen him wear it.
Sure, there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture!
She's getting way too excited about this. Emma, you know Edgeworth is right here, right? Anyway, what should we present him with? Well, let's present him with this. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this.
Mr. Wright!
Huh? What?
Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh! Oh, right. If she sighs any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. Yeah, you know what? Emma, good point. I probably shouldn't be showing Edgeworth any of his shit. Alright, good talk, buddy. Bye-bye. Okay, clearly I'm missing something here. Let me see if anything else will work. Okay, this is new. So basically, this says you were the best best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin somewhere else, Wright. I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department?
Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works. Excuse me, where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah? I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned for his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Okay, never mind. That unlocked the talking point. How was your party, buddy? Tell me more about yesterday, day of the murder. Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. I like her sprite of her jotting stuff down. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is this solid evidence. Yoink! Wait, what are you doing, Wright? No, I know what you do with these things, Wright. Give that back to me. No. Finders keepers, losers weepers. I was the one who had it first! This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What? What, Wright? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Who the hell are you? Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. I got a feeling I'm not gonna like this brown-nosing lad. Report? What? Did you find any new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. Then what? I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? How did you read my inner monologue? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not?
I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated.
Sir, but sir! I'm just following orders, sir! They told me to bring this to you!
I wasn't aware of the particulars of your... Give me your name!
Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins.
Right. Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. And good luck with that race next month.
But sir, I didn't know.
Poor guy. Looks like he was absent today to gave out brains and good luck.
Fucking shit, Phoenix.
God damn, dude. You sure you want... you sure... God damn. Maybe we have that in common. And two, that we're both assassins because you just murdered that poor man. Right. Yes, sir? God, he's caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now.
Let's see what he says, Mr. Wright.
The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks? He seems to have finally calmed down at least. Alright, later, Edge. Howdy do, Edgy Poo. See you later, buddy. Oh, hey, the Badger. Also, that dude have a hat or a pompadour?
Whew, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office?
Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi. Traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only been to criminal affairs next door and... Hold on. What's that? The Badger! Oh my god, there's actual animation!
Disturbing! Why does it undulate like that?
Oh, wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him a policeman mascot.
Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow.
And I'd like to know how the hell that thing is supposed to be a badger. Are Japanese badgers just weird looking compared to European and American badgers? Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh. He noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, buddy! Hey, Gumshoe. Hey, pal! What are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. I work here, idiot! Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get info. Hey, I'll have you know that I'm a very busy man, pal. People are beginning to read Phoenix's mind, and I'm not liking that. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You'd better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal. Can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? I mean, first it was Maya, and now it's her. I feel like I just cannot connect to today's youth. I don't think that's such a bad thing to worry about, Gumshoe. Also, I think, oh my god, I just realized what this case, I just got a thought chat about where this case is going, and hold on a second. Make sure we're gonna do this first. Make sure you don't get spoiled on what I'm gonna be posting. Showing off. Alright, no, it's not there. No, hold on a second. Oh, this is the spot. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, okay, I got the bit in mind. So, this is, I feel like the opening of this case is gonna be exactly like this.
The rest of my career spreading rumors that the previous king was murdered by myself. Everyone refused to believe it and said I, the king, was full of shit.
I feel like that's exactly what's... Oh, too many. We're going all over the manor. Sorry about that, chat. But I feel like that is no, Seth! Stop, Seth! Seth, enough! So much shit popping up. Sorry. But, like, I feel like that's exactly where this thing is going. Just everyone telling Lana how full of shit she is. Also, shoutouts to Seth. Seth's one of my favorite YouTubers, period. Anyway. She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir! Oh, by the way. You might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. Oh yeah, all sorts of fake things, man. I don't blame you. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing, really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Oh, dude! What'd you do this time? What do you mean, this time? And what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. Yeah, it's true. We've never had the chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into the criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down, pat. What? What is that sentence? I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down pat. Huh. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing the investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of the crime scene. It's unheard of, pal! Alright, well, let's take a look at a few things. One, why the badger hurt? What? Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece! Oh, you made this yourself, dude! The chief threw together some designs, and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance until he drops. Yeah, I figured as much. Who are these dudes? Saluting the other guy, must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was just wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. Car. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. Panda? Not that I have any scientific proof. It's just a theory. A game theory. I feel like I lost brain cells and followers by saying that. I'll get back to you on whether or not that was worth it, chat.
Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car, and it came to me. We just had been at the zoo, see?
I think that's just associative thinking, hon. What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? Alright, detectives are in there, looking pretty busy. Right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. So, what's that? Wanted posters hanging on Boltor. Alright. You know, Mr. Wright, I always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. God damn, Emma. She has a point. Alright, Policia! I always get excited when I come to a police station. What's that? I just feel like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. Yeah, talking about the soup. Probably talking about their latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. And campaign for what? Crime-fighting campaign. Wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. My family wouldn't want a set at home. It's good for finding who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. So, is that it then? Did we just come all the way down here for the badger? Alright, let's show some... Wait, hold on a second. No, I'm thinking with the old stuff in mind. We got to examine the badger! Yep. This is a badger, somehow. Alright, what can we present you with? Hey, that's it! That's the King Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the rewards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Congrats. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Alright. Tell us more about this thing. Alright. Hey, have you seen Mr. Edgeworth's knife? Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor's guy to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean... I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have, someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could happen? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Alright, let's do... I think like we should show him this. Huh? Hey, pal! This is the detective's ID card! You can't just keep that! You have to turn it into the police! It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see... Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa! Now I remember! There you go. There's the straw that broke the camel's back. Bruce Goodman! He's the victim! He had the ball, he was at the end zone, and he fumbled at the very last minute. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, okay, there we go. We got a couple new talking points out of this. So, this ID card belonged to the victim? He was a detective, like myself. Detective Bruce Goldman. I almost said Goldman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman shouldn't have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transfer for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. He's in a tough spot. Again. Yeah, because of that. That leaves a stain you can't really wash out. Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal. There have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses, nothing outright. But there were always whispered rumors. Yeah. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting! Don't worry, don't mind me, chat, just doing something. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea it was the gun. Anyway, this latest case has now started a rumor. People say the only real reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor's position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth's biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. What's up, bud? And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you! Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? You met the guy who was, what was his name? The guy in the parking lot. That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular old officer who just refuses to wear a uniform and a tie and clothes of this era from West LA. Okay, that makes perfect sense now. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make this a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Letter of introduction. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal. Alright. That's actually very helpful, you Gumshoe. Thank you. It's been a hot minute. I better save. Alright. Alright, here we go again. Investigation still going? I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Say what? Oh, you. Oh, still here. Ah, hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. She's dangerous, super bad. Better watch out, she'll take your cash. What happened to the security guard? Oh no, he's still there. He's just getting cucked. Hey Chad, I just figured this case out immediately. I just gotta get to the steps to this situation. Anyway. Hey. Excuse me, I gotta go with that southern drawl. Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that just lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Oh, I want to hear your theory.
I just have a feeling that this guy I did the murder, and she's using the other person, and she's using what do you call the lunch lady as a planted witness. Something about this guy. Look at his smug prick face. This guy's definitely, he did it. I can just feel it. And you don't create a character this zany without having him be a one-time thing. Yep. Anyway, what do you got to say, dude? There's something I wanted to ask you. Seeing the crime. Cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? Yep, let's just get him the letter of introduction. Alright. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters for me go right in the spittoon. Wow, you're kind of up your own asshole, aren't you, dude? It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog. Cow dog. He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think you just miswrote it. God damn it, Gumshoe, you had one job. Why am I getting all defensive here? Ah, no worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. You know what? You're not wrong. Guess I'd better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't the crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for the lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. I'm trying to think of more Western or generic shit to say, but I feel like he's just said every last thing. Also, you're from West LA, dude. You're not even from Texas, California. Get over yourself, man. Note to self. Police investigations are like settling land. No, they are not. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Alright. Okay. Later, poser. Slide to the right. What's this? Cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else who it belonged to. What's so scientific about that? Of course we should check it out. Hey, yo, we got games on this phone? Alright. Actually, the first thing we do is, unlock it and open it. Phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright, most phones keep a record of all the calls you made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Alright? Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised they didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't even know of things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Alright, I suppose we hit the... Good enough. Now, let's see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes buttons. Yep. Hey, that song. I know that song. Steel Samurai. And called a hunch chat. But I think this is Edgeworth. Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you?
Well, yeah.
Whose phone is this anyway? It's on the ground? It was on the ground over there.
Whose is it?
That belongs to the chief prosecutor, Sky. What? It's my sister's?
She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right here when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this.
Who did she call?
No idea. Sorry, partner.
Why don't you let me find out, dude?
Now, I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that... Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone.
What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number.
Oh, this ain't good. I hope you're not lying.
They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. This dude is just lying through his teeth. They don't shoot you for lying in Texas. They just beat you. I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Thank you for that. Anyway. Chalk outline. This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So, wait. The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. Nah, I'm pretty sure Maya would say something that crazy. Alright. This appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime scene. Crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. I just feel like somehow they gaslit Lana into thinking that she did it. Somehow. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. Alright, so what else is there to observe over here? Wait, what? No, nothing new. Oh. Is that me? B block is through there. That's where the visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. See a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Yeah, don't think about out-implied cannibalism. Anyway, Hey, it's so lucky. Reserved prosecutors, defense attorneys are relegated to Block B. Dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go from B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. Excuse me? God damn, that's rude as fuck. Anyway, I guess we just gotta talk to... Ooh, this. It's the foolish, the arrogant, and the phony. Alright, so, what about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Preschool Inman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a fasty doggy there? There now. Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. That smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest. Fine piece of work. But that's not what happened. Because here's the autopsy report. Death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, died in an hour. Ah, goddammit, I can't use that as contradiction because it doesn't specify where he got stabbed. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Unless the case is 2 years ago is about the lunch lady getting fucked over because she got sued and now wants to get revenge on both the chief prosecutor and the detective that fucked her over. And this guy is doing their dirty work. Why? Probably because he wants some of that Madonna action. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one of the reasons why he didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor, prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems, like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're not a patrolman, right? You're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? I'm beginning to think this guy isn't even an officer. He just kind of talks funny. Whew. 1 second, chat. Sorry about that. Just kind of feeling stuffy in here for some reason. You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. You're from California, dude. I was one of them fancy shoot detectives till 2 years ago, tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So, why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short of hands right now. I'm keeping an eye way out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. He just don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out the investigation? Honest guy. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister? That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall! Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? Romance? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have got to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will. Something's up to something here. But who? So what's up with the atmosphere? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is. Until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. Even if it means they have to make that evidence themselves.
If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to the source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. Long Karma? One person. Who? Hate to say this, but it's her sister, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. Wait, what?
My sister?
Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some load them with deals. Oh, shit, so she's part of some dirty nonsense with this.
What? You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials?
Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? Huh. So, my question is, maybe we can talk to Edgeworth about this? He's gone. Huh. So what does that mean for everyone else? I smell me a fish sandwich, that's for certain. This is getting interesting. This isn't going the way I thought it would be, chat. But, I don't know. Ugh. Maybe there's something I'm missing. I think the only spot left would be the trunk again. Wait, what? I guess I didn't... I guess I didn't mouse over the proper spot. Looks like some sort of note. Let's see. 6, 7, 12, 12. Excuse me, 6, 7, 5, 12, 12. Or maybe 6, 7S. Yep, 6, 7S, 12, 12. 12, 2. Ain't printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe he fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Not to sell. For detective reasoning, go to Edgeworth. Not Wright. God damn it! I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Anyway, is that it? So how are we doing, Mr. Wright? Guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, do you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is Lana confessing to the crime. She says she did it! No problem. We're just gonna show what a liar she is. Anyway. Oh, excuse me. Alright. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? Oh, damn! I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Don't be hiding anything. Interesting. A detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in this district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Here to steal my Lori degree. I won't be getting it until the end of the stream, so you gotta stay here till then. This is interesting. Pretty interesting so far. Emma's also kind of nice. I mean, she's no, what do you call? She's no, Maya, but she's cool. What we got going on here? Hey, Ninja. How y'all doing? How did the investigation go? Oh, yesterday, Mr. Wright. Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. I am doing my best to figure this out. Just returned home. How am I? I'm doing good. I'm just realizing it is 2 hours, and this is probably going to be another 3-day trial, so, you know, gearing up for that. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Get some caffeine, which I am going to do right now, so that way I can get my ass through this at 100%. I'll crash immediately afterwards, don't worry, chat. Yeah? A defense attorney should never believe their client. Huh? The defendant is called to the trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is... you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. Mia! I'll be alone in there. So, I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Alright, here we go. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in the courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough-up queen? Hey. Itadakimasu! Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. Ah, and for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks? I won't turn down the free food. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and your profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? My God, can Edgeworth get one person who is sane? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty, it hurts! This is propaganda, don't buy it. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now! Thank you.
Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you want me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well. Oh, witness. Please describe the incident to us. When is the special event? 15 days from now. So 2 weeks Tuesday at 6 p.m. EST. Prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I'm a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Mr. Star was a detective? Huh. I know who you are! Cough up! Cough up, Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider that separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? It's a pretty small spot, but then again, I guess they do have like the closet system, as I will eloquently put it. The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot floor plans given. Thank you. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor.
It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright. I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. Yeah. Well, can you agree? Did you agree to this? I guess. And Edward just goes, Oh! He said it! He said he agrees with me! See? He gives up! I win! Anyway.
It seems that some Parker or losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining?
If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Wait, are they talking about me? Nobody in this courtroom gets respect. Anyway.
Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work.
Damn, look at her face.
Yeah, I'm not believing this because I haven't seen this lady make any sort of emotional expression at all this entire time. This is false. This is flanderized. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into the Detective Goodman's chest.
Alright. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching.
Huh. As you can see, there is no room for doubt.
The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife in which we saw Detective Goodman being stabbed.
Kind of floundered that, but eh. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? Stop talking about you crushing me. You're not buttering me up.
I'm still thinking about that.
It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Alright. She's saying crush, I say we press her. How did you know this day would come? That's kind of sus to say.
How'd you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly... The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one.
Laid off? She was fired.
To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless.
Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. Alright, on my way to deliver the lunchbox. For what reason? This boyfriend. He's the detective?
Not that boyfriend. The security guard.
That boyfriend? You have several? I like that he's only established 2 boyfriends and he immediately jumps to several. Kind of based.
Yes, this boyfriend, and that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants.
Alright boys, I'm signing up. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks.
Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up to the second level. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from up there. That would be the room with the security sign.
Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car?
Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime.
Something, alright. You said something. You saying you had some premonition of the murder?
I felt like, how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds.
I have no idea what that means. You and me both, Judge. For once we're on the same wavelength. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goldman, also a detective?
Yes, well, he was like a young cheese.
Young cheese?
A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the street. A greenhorn.
Then it must be hard-yellowed and sharp as a tack.
Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, they're here in the lot. I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car.
Wait a minute. Alright, let's press this to be safe.
A garish car, you mean? Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes.
Mr. Edgeworth's?
Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was also stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it?
Indeed, it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you sure it was the defendant?
I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her.
If she's telling the truth, we're doomed.
Let's do what we can.
Even if we don't improve, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness.
You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie.
Huh? Rookie?
Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me.
I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside.
Yeah, I like her.
That was inspiring.
I believe I heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to a lowly position in a post-lunch lady, but my instincts are honed.
Wait, what?
This seems like bullshit. This is an orgy of evidence right here. Why the fuck would the murderer person? Why the fuck would the suspect wear a bloody coat like this? This is stupid. The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera.
I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck.
Witness! Why am I witness? Excuse me, witness! Why am I only now just seeing this photograph? You think I showed it to you, prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs.
Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Uh-oh, this is unmistakably a Sky.
Alright. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand.
Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute.
She's not holding shit! What are you talking about? And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch.
I'm sure that's a fine lunch.
But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph.
I made that joke like 3 times last stream. I'm not doing it again. Even though every time I make that joke, it makes me laugh.
Aha! Got you, bitches! Got ya! This is the photograph you took from the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife?
Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts?
Objection. The calmest objection of the game. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet, it was slightly stronger than your feeble mind, Mr. Wright.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken at the moment after the stabbing.
And how can you tell that?
Blood splatter.
Huh?
See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's black and white in the photograph.
Yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood.
Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here.
No problem, except...
Excuse me, no problem. Except you. Mr. Wright, are you gonna just sit there and take that kind of abuse?
You got a better idea?
I don't think there's anything I can really object to, so I feel like we just, well, I mean, we gotta say something here, man. And we gotta say objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies.
That's it?
If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
Premeditated? How do you know?
Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in the photograph. Well, are those gloves?
Or excuse me, are those gloves?
Surgical gloves made made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves! Ah! Ah!
These gloves do seem to tell of tale of premeditation.
Premeditated murder. A serious offense.
Witness! Add this to your testimony.
Rubber gloves prove it. Wait a minute. Well, let me see. There are no prints on this, but... Wait, so there are no prints on the murder weapon, but how the hell did Lana get them in this knife in the first place? Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk.
Indeed, it is my knife.
What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, red card, the vet... Oh my god. Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? Hold up. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves.
Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning.
However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Yeah, you know, that's a good point. You don't usually find knives in the back of cars. Well, sometimes you do, but those are extreme cases. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon! There we go. Order! 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 Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great job, Mr. Wright. My sister is good as free. No, I doubt it. What do you have to say, dude? Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. That's going in the quote book. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Going full Joseph on us now. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots the whole premeditated theory. Bah! The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs to prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned! Are you seriously arguing with your own goddamn lawyer? Oh my god. Why would she have been wearing...
I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again.
Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you! My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Angel's deduction. Alright. Let's go again, girl. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine in to plunge the knife in again and again. Is that it?
The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound like a lot of premeditation, doesn't it?
So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? It is for me. I'm just kidding. Those guys get enough shit.
In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Well, I mean, well, her powers of deduction are pretty goddamn stupid because she just says a blatant lie. Yeah, literally it says right here. Yeah, here. It was one and done. You're a liar. You're a deep frat fryer. You say she was stabbed him again and again. But you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Star. Oh, burn. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Huh! You're right! Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk! Hello? I did that? I'm the one who did that? Well, witness. You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. She splattered her blood from her victim. That's why I thought she have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you thought. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, my bad. Now tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify! A red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the scene was. But wait a minute. Hold on. Let me check something. Ba, 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 ba. I don't see any blood on her. I only see blood on the suit, right? Yeah, dude, it's... How can you tell? It's only on the coat. For a former detective, she's not very good at this. Hey! Come on, Edgeworth, I was gonna read that. Anyway. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself. With this photograph! Huh? But that can't be! Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. I'm the one doing the fucking legwork, man! Oh, hi. Also, I just a geek. Yeah, what was my reject? Yeah, exactly. But it was there! A scarf! No, not that, but something red! Really? Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Yeah, I think you remember this case as accurately as I remember my year in 6th grade. Because I never even went to school. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be the moment of truth. Apprehending the suspect. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's why she had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. I feel like she's a glorified lunch lady trying to be a hero again. But she's bad at it. Also, give me one quick second, chat. God damn it. I'm sorry about that, chat. My, goddamn. I misclicked. I thought I hit the mic thing, but I didn't. My bad. I had to blow my nose earlier. Yeah, I muted. That was my bad. Sorry about that. Anyway, I was saying, what I said earlier for the other joke is like, yeah, she strikes like a snake. A garden snake. But the scenario is 2 years ago, she was a homicide detective, and then she got her license revoked due to a prosecutor. And now she hates all prosecutors. But, as we can see here, she's just bad at her job. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. Don't you mean venomous? Poison is only defense, venom is offense. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly! A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Very well, Mr. Wright. A cross-examination, if you will. Why? Yeah, let's press on the fact that you tried to arrest her. Because this feels completely wrong. You say quickly, but were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her. Yeah, I say we press her for details. I like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. Lunch Lady Carr was... She was a visitor, and thus she was a visitor, and thus she was parked in Block B. Say, witness the murder from here. That would make it about 30... That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you? I went over it, of course. How? Amazing! The Gothic Queen Lunch Lady athlete indeed! It'd have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did this guy not get away? Yeah, that seems ridiculous. Alright, let's... Why are you so obsessed with this thing, dude? What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean. Ask further. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. Alright. No, this court doesn't see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right! Near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness! Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should of course add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. I toppled the corrupt CEO and defeated the most powerful prosecutor in the history of the courtroom. Saw it all, how she tried to use the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead. Alright, let's press on that. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I knew! I was going to ask the same thing! I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. Chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket.
And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. And then when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? Alright, let's... Wait a minute. Let's talk about the floor plans, because there's a big-ass wall, isn't there? Like, yeah, there's a... Where's the floor plans at? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there's a big-ass partition. How did you see this? Miss Starr, I had to conclude you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You, who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said that you witnessed the crimes from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Guy making that phone call. Yep. She hung up her phone while being assaulted. And I mean, part of it might have been like since it was a flip phone, it might have fallen and been like, you know? But I think this person's just an idiot. I believe you see where I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the backside of this partition. If indeed you were in Block B, you couldn't have seen it! Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies! Ugh. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you would allow me one question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. Can't afford to get this wrong. Witness lied about, I believe, what she saw. What she saw? I think it's where she saw it. She's lying about where she was at. This guy tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is the significance about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. But let's say the witness did actually see Miss Guy using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard up to now points in one direction. I think she saw it all from the security room then, right? Yeah, she went to see her other boyfriend. Yep. The security guard room? Indeed, the security guard room is in the underground parking lot, is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? Why? There are many other places she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has gotten the better of Angel Starr.
Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better.
I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails.
The guilty. Is she talking about Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make any sense.
Huh?
She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station.
That's true.
It wouldn't change anything.
Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands.
It still stands?
I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. I feel like a lot of people in this game are guilty of perjury. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. Wait, perjury? That's a thing? So, tell us what your reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else?
Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. The Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station.
Uh-huh.
But she lied and said she saw it from the B block.
Must make a vile difference, but what? What would change? I think distance from the crime, right? Yeah, distance from the crime. Where would she be? It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how this would change how she could not see. Oh! What she saw was not... what she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Huh? Star, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? Yes?
You ordered the squid wheels, right?
The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible.
I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend.
Boysenberry for the boyfriend.
He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass wall station.
Yeah.
And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it.
So you jogged all the way around, hopped the fence, and did all of this in 3 minutes? Because we have evidence that it took like 3 minutes for the call. This is ridiculous. It's quite a detour. That's putting it lightly.
It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime.
5 minutes? This changes things considerably.
But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it! I have photographic evidence! I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork!
You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Judge, get your head out of get your head out of the lunchbox, bro.
Would you like another caviar lunch?
Absolutely! Uh-oh.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something!
Yeah, I'm raising an objection. 5 minutes between witnessing of the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente.
I've got a lunchbox that tie pasta into knots, rookie.
A 5-minute blank? Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run! But this time it was different. This guy dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable! Again, going back to the orgy of evidence statement.
Well then, it seems we come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go?
Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright! That was too close.
I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned.
Piss off! Say what now? Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right?
That's the one she tried to foist off on me!
I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence.
What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr.
Is this your jumbo lunchbox?
Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference with the witness determination, I'll allow one more testimony. God damn it, Judge! Let's hear about this decisive evidence.
Like the lunch lady motto says, you won't be disappointed.
What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time?
Bribery? Yes, it is. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes wasn't... I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
What? There's blood found on the shoe?
Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence?
Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself.
And you had blood tests performed.
Didn't I mention it?
This is so illegal in court. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I have 3 boyfriends in forensics.
Jesus Christ, this lady.
In any case, Your Honor,
I can't accept this as evidence.
What? You must know 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, the shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen.
You can at least study some evidence law. Really?
This is getting stupid fast. Prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
Alright. Yeah, let's push her on this. Edgy Poo not looking so hot. Edgewad always looking hot.
True.
Why'd you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted the people to look at the results.
The results?
How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. She's on your motherfucking side, you stupid woman! This is when the suspect is admitting she did it.
But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with.
Yeah, why did you not bring this up? Yep. And you found this shoe on the scene of the crime. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with the shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. The shoe is my secret weapon, and if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really.
In any case, you remove valuable evidence from the scene of a crime.
Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. With this shoe, I need to check something. Not a single drop! But I'm not too sure I can bring this up. So let's keep pressing her for now. So, because I'm liking that the judge is calling her out on her bullshit for each one. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that as evidence and analyzed by a forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective.
The shoe does not appear to have bloodstains. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it.
Well, the man was stabbed, after all. And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. Also, aren't those shoes in the photo black? But yeah, exactly! That's another thing, dude. You can't say for sure or the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? Well, speak up!
Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. Also, however,
you can't tell from a blood test whether the murder was committed in cold blood!
That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright.
2 types, both did they. That's another good point. She's talking out of her ass. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types of blood with all the blood tests out there. Which means that we can and more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt they could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies.
So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe.
That ties it directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. Alright. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You are the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot. Some like it hot, right, Mr. Wright? Some, like your client, she's enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright! Do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? It's critical. Yeah, there's a big goddamn problem here. Not imagining things. I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction! That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a pepper fish gut now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you?
Let's hear what you have to say. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is the contradiction in the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence.
Oh, damn. Let's see. Where do we... Oh. I wonder if you notice, but there's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe.
Indeed. There's quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe.
It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood at the bottom of his shoe?
Where's the blood pool? Yeah, where's the blood pool here, chat? The problem lies in the footprint.
The footprint?
Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. No pool, no cool. Nice.
Then, isn't it strange?
Why weren't there any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe! This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort! Order! 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 Well, witness?
What? Great going, Mr. Wright. But it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint.
Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint.
Think, Mr. Wright, think.
Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions.
What?
Dude!
You just flounder it, man.
I see. Now I get it.
Get what?
Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for.
We were hoodwinked to the very end.
But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about?
Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum.
Uh-huh. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do.
No kidding.
Now, witness, allow me to ask you a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty?
Oh, that... I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the box factory.
Witness! Well, was the oil drum empty?
The oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water.
Oh, right, because they're filled with water.
Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason why she knocked it over? The real reason?
Ha! You don't mean...
Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason and one reason alone.
How was she able to kick over something so heavy? Good. That's another good question. This is a very big jump in logic.
To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her.
Ah! That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly into this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs.
Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty. Erasing evidence.
Oh my god, lady. That reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't you say she cut herself when she stabbed him? Oh, yeah, that's a bit too. And if it got rid of the bloodstains on the ground, why didn't it wash away the blood on her shoes too? I feel like maybe if she kicked with a bloody shoe, it would have just washed away everything else and she would have avoided the puddle. I don't know. Oh, that's a leap in logic. This whole thing is dumb.
So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe.
Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial.
Mr. Wright, do something, please. What can I do? My sister has confessed to the crime and she's tried to conceal it. But...
Enough.
There's no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor.
Very well.
But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water.
This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Hold it! Little girl, what did you just say?
Huh? Me?
Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution side?
Are you seriously gonna throw this shit away? Because of this petty bullshit?
Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence.
What? Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else.
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court.
Your threats don't scare me, or the cough-up queen. Look at this!
A photograph?
I had it just in case anyone else had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim.
I see no room for error in this evidence.
She's digging her own grave and she just grabbed a bigger shovel.
Yeah.
Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt on this photo! It's clearly wet!
Wait, what is with that muffler? Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all.
It's not your fault. I knew it couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. Dude. I'm sorry, Mia. Dude, come on! You're giving up way too easily.
Right. Better not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel.
Yeah, exactly! Don't be a quitter, dude!
Get yourself off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end.
This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Hold it!
Or objection.
Your Honor, wait! What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait?
No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph. Last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration.
So, right.
Are you saying that there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence?
Yeah!
I'll think later.
That's right. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the...
Yeah, what the hell is up with this?
The problem in this photograph is here!
What's this?
There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth.
Your Honor?
You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf, or of any kind in this photograph.
A muffler is also part of a car, or... A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system. A pipe.
I see, and I see! What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler?
Huh, so what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us what you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to in the case.
Wait a tick. The word muffler was her... Right! Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. I'm not rereading this because, goddamn, this is already enough reading, and I'm pretty sure this is going to go on for a while. Muffler. Could it be that the muffler you had heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence!
Well, it seems that I will have to suspend the proceedings.
Suspend?
I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car or the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until we've seen all the evidence. Agreed?
I suppose so.
Whew, that was close.
But we made it,
At least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all.
He's still hungry? Hey man, it's good to see that an older gentleman still has his appetite. It's a good sign that they're still healthy. Man, I can go for a quarter-pounder burger right now. I am not gonna be going for a burger anytime soon, but I'll just have myself a nice reward skittle. But god damn, that was exhausting. That lady who's just talking in circles saying the same old BS, man. It's getting ridiculous. She tried and failed. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Yes! Every fucking trial's this insane! Everyone! I long for the days of just traffic trial! Just let me say, oh, well, yeah, I mean, he couldn't have seen him getting rear-ended. That's all I want. Well, actually, all I want is my goober back. But I'll have to wait till the sequel, I bet. You'll have to do for now, Goob 2. Goob what now? Why isn't there more normal cases? Probably because they go off the rails too. I mean, if we're talking like how normal cases go off the rails, what do you call? Goddamn, LA Noire is like the king of that. I want to play LA Noire with like some friends. Like that would be an awesome game to collab with because LA Noire is nutty. I already know a lot of the story, so I want to have someone else with me that has no idea about LA Noire. It's crazy. Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake, about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. At least he's okay with... At least he's silent. Except today, we're swimming in quicksand. So, what happened to your sister, anyway? Apparently she got called out to a judge's chambers. Probably something to do with the piece of cloth. This is where the trial can turn around, right? Our only weapon, and a tiny insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant to tell you the truth. Oh, here we go, cowboy. Here we go again. Hola, partner. They say you showed a red cloth to a bull. It'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall! Thought I'd come to take a look at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in the enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? Excuse me, that hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen in these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough in your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with the scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf.
You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? I've seen red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler.
What?
At the award ceremony that afternoon. Edward's seen it too, I'd reckon.
What does that mean? In the photograph I've taken at a crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Star wasn't mistaken.
Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab a bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell.
I have a bad feeling about this. So, what do we swing in now, Mr. Wright?
Cement? If it stakes us, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee!
Okay, as weird and sus as this guy is, I love doing his voice. I love doing my cowboy voice with that nice grit and a little bit of southern twang. I don't know, what do y'all think, chat? Y'all think it's a little, mighty fine?
I mean, after all, I got the boots to walk as cowboy.
Why is this so fun? Why is it so fun to be cowboy? I don't get it. Also, I know it's like a little bit of, evident. I know it's like a little bit kind of sort of common knowledge I'm in Hawaii, but you know there are actually cowboys in Hawaii? We got cattle ranches over here. It's fun. I vacation here every now and then, and I see some cowpoke stuff. It's cool. Anyway,
I'd like to resume?
what's up? Judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Oh God, Edgeworth! Oh man, he looks like he can impress a coal diamond. Excuse me. Like the okay, there we go. Let's get the jumbles out. He looks like he's about to press coal into diamond with his asshole.
Your face is blue and your lips are purple and you're sweating bullets.
I got a feeling that lunch was poisoned.
That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are doubled over.
It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth.
Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with this trial.
Oh, sorry, I'm going back into cowboy.
During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution...
This is unacceptable! Are you okay, dude? You're kind of wigging out.
It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself.
Excuse me? Knock, knock.
Say what now? Who's there?
Who the fuck are you? What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling this courtroom, along with Final Fantasy IV music. Hey! The temperature rose 5.87 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Yeah, who are you?
It's you.
Wait, are we talking Celsius or Fahrenheit? Also, can you please stop? Oh, what type of voice should I do for this guy? He seems kind of like a jolly old man, or at least for now, so let's try this, like...
Oh! Sorry I'm late, Uji. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, Uji? How you been? Swim much these days? Oh, hello. No, I have been busy. Busy smizzy, Uji, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed.
Uji. Seems to be his nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you?
So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son.
Let me try a little bit deeper for a little bit more jovial. I'm going more into cowboy and judge with him. He needs to be something unique. Thanks. Yeah, this is a fun fact, chat. I just picked these games so I can practice my voice acting skills, so I can actually start making voice acting content. Santa vibes? Kinda.
So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all the trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly.
Okay, maybe you're right about the Santa stuff pack, waifu.
Little Worthy? Mr. Wright! You don't know the district chief of police? Oh, shit, that's crazy. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. God. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help him out by bringing this.
Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Guy, I really was wearing that muffler.
But to think it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less.
Dundee, Dundit in a Madone accent? The rich southerner? I guess so.
Oh, well, I do declare. I don't know. Let's see. It's quite embarrassing, even for us.
I'm not too sure about that, Just a Geek. He feels a little bit too prim and proper for that. Like, because he's like a chief of police in like a metropolitan area, so maybe a bit more like,
it's quite embarrassing, even for us.
Yeah, there we go. We got it. Let me try doing it.
What's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running?
Mr. Edgeworth! How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence?
If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job?
Now wait a minute, Worthy.
I've no desire to hear your excuses.
I'm telling you to wait.
Or didn't you hear me?
Have a look at this document, where it says person in charge of an investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth?
That's not fair! On the day of the crime, I had...
You had your head in the clouds because you got that reward. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious?
Oh yeah, we're talking about Doug Dimmadome, or the Dimsdale Dimmadome, along with his Dimmadome hat and his farmer area blubber nuggets that are chewy.
Anyway, don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made.
All right, I feel like this is a good voice because this guy's clearly throwing shade while still being polite. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah! The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a little favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at this blade of the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not.
Could you open it for me? I wonder.
Yes. Well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and...
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
You see? He's just being a baby. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore! They're both being so petty. I love it. Come on, just hurry up and open it! Alright, button, where is the button? Button. Don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared! Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain.
Blood? Hope it's not Chris's blood.
This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself.
I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police?
And this knife. Gonna go, have an exam, have fun. Good luck on your exam, buddy!
Sure thing, not a problem. Not even a little one. Really?
Department in disorder.
This knife is special, but I can't say how out here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess! The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to the case, so I can't talk much about it.
Okay, I kind of like drifted around, but I feel like I'm getting into the spot.
There was a murder at the police department? A detective?
Well, this situation just got more fucked. Honestly, way more interesting than I was expecting. Aw, thank you very much, Pack Waifu. I appreciate that.
That's hush-hush information, Uji. We haven't exactly That's hush-hush information, Uji. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Yeah, this is turning into some real conspiracy shit.
Order! Anyway, we at the department and we're all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright?
2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. That's what the opening was about! Holy shit! The chances of that are really slim. Scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
Yeah, this is getting fucked up, chat. Alright, like, the sandwich shit was really bugging me. Now this has brought me in. Like, I thought it was out, and then they pulled me back in. Alright, hold on, let me check my evidence real quick. Goodman's ID. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Chad, I got a feeling about this. Like, Goodman had this in his pocket for a reason, right? Maybe he would know. Wait a second!
Ah, at last! An honest-to-goodness objection!
This knife. This has something to do with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? An honest-to-goodness! What do you mean from Uji? This is great!
I'm having fun voice acting this guy. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL. Oh shit, Chad, I didn't even connect that. Oh my god!
And this is important. Why?
Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim.
What's this? 6 minus 7s. 12?
Your Honor, it's upside down.
Upside.
The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? SL9 221. Wait a minute. Isn't today the 21st of February? Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down.
SL9. That's the same thing that's written on this knife's tag.
Oh, I'm doing the wrong person. Goddamn.
All right, gotta keep these all in mind.
Order! Order! Well, Chief? Oh, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto!
I win? What game is this guy playing?
This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I need to hear a bit more about that, dude. So this knife was stolen?
Yes, but only on the day of the murder.
It was evidence, you say. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon?
Nice, nice, nice! Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved.
So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe in Edgeworth's car. That's very weird. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Alright. Yeah, we don't have to press on that because I'm pretty sure it's obviously because of the murder. But that, I'd like to press on. We need to hear more about that. On the same day the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department! Excuse me, let me try that again. Voice cracked, wrong time. Another detective was killed at the police department! There we go, much better.
That's a fact! Surprising, isn't it, Oji? I'm at a loss for words.
You and me both, sir. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested?
That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you can help, righto?
I suppose I could help, if you help me by giving data on your case.
Oh, good one! This kid's sharp! Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
Let's do, where was the victim found? Yeah, because we have, like, how they died doesn't matter. The other one doesn't really seem to matter. Like, location definitely seems the most important thing.
Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. But I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department.
Oh, yeah, dude, you need to set up some cameras in there. Last case, like 2 months ago, me and my friend got tased there. We could have died.
The evidence room?
Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention in his testimony just now? Yeah, huh? There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to get to go out to town on this case. Dude killed in the evidence room where the knife was stolen, then used in another murder. Yeah, this is getting crazy. I have to admit, chat, this started off pretty goddamn slow, but now it's getting pretty cool, nutty. Now we can get and testify about the details. Not officially linked. Let's press on that. Chief, the defense position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven.
You don't say. Well then, out with it, righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright.
The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. Alright, I need to take a moment and to actually, like, you know, be a streamer and not just read and do this, but I really love it when Edgeworth ends up taking Phoenix's side in cases. Like, he's still challenging him, and if he feels like he can win, Edgeworth is gonna win. But I feel like we had a lot of character development with him, and if Edgeworth sees, like something fishy, like maybe his client is guilty, he will work and discuss with Phoenix. I think that's just really cool.
It shows that they do have a mutual respect for one another, and like Edgeworth calling Phoenix a fool is more just like courtroom banter than anything else. It's really cool. It makes me really like Edgeworth a lot more. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room.
Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence.
Yeah?
You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here.
Chief! I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department.
See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all.
Can we get the information unofficially? Pretty please?
Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all.
What? Well, that was easy. Would have guessed.
I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim of the department, okay?
Alright, what's up? If you're going to tell us a little, why not give us everything?
Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly.
Oh, well, I guess I may as well try to get what I can out of him. Whoa, almost clicked on something wrong. Let's go with ID number. Their badge number. How about you tell me the victim's ID number?
Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that.
I got a feeling. Chat, I made note of a certain number at the beginning of this case. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all.
We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is... Dun-dun-dun. 5842189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2, I can't do it.
The judge is me trying to memorize anything. I love him. Judge is a goofball. I didn't even get the first number right. Yeah, that number.
Does this tell you anything?
Yep, this tells me something pretty goddamn big. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does! I think.
Meaning...
Evidence has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean?
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID numbers from the detective who was murdered at the police department. Tells you something. What does it tell you?
Hey guys. Oh wait, it's not showing it for... Oh, there it is. Well, no, duh, it's right there. Take a look. We just found out who the victim was at the scene of the crime. Witness! When he looks at me,
and I look at him, and he looks at me. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl at a prom night.
God damn. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news. God damn. Yeah, no, this is crazy. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing. Like you always do. Okay, like, chat, remember what I said earlier about Edgeworth, like working with Phoenix when he feels like there's something fishy with his client? This is, like, the biggest prime thing of it, dude. Like, this smug grin is, like, the most assuring, you got this, buddy, I have seen out of Edgeworth yet. I fucking love this dude. He's one of my favorite characters now. Both of these guys are incredible. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here.
Oh, is it yours?
No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman.
Shame on you, Righto! Personnel IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189.
And this means what exactly?
Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82.
I've forgotten.
Come on, man. You didn't even get the first number right. Again! The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. I almost called him Goldman again. I got House of the Dead on my brain. What does our witness think about that? I don't think he's thinking about anything. Sharp as attack, Righto! Sharp as attack!
But wait! Detective Goodman is our victim!
He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot! Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the exact same time! That's impossible! So what you're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location? This is getting nutty, chat.
Order! Order! Order!
Chief, what does this mean? Oh, damn. No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case.
Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered.
Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case.
Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me?
We just got ourselves a little shot of someone's true personality, chat. Yeah, what was that look there, Chief?
The oversight. The grave error? Mr. Edgeworth.
They're yours. What? How dare... We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Oh yeah, this tool. Oh my god, dude, what? You don't mean him?
According to Meekins,
You didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident.
Detective Bruce Goldman murdered in police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on top of the report.
Well, why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. That's, alright, little rude, Emma, but okay.
In any case, this is a serious error.
A gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir! You could have submitted that report this morning to me in court as evidence. Then, I hate how he just stares at you. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What?! Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in the court before the trial. This report
wasn't on that list.
So, what does this mean?
I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. Ugh. The connection was just proven by Wrighto over here.
Good job, Righto, my boy.
Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! I think that might be the biggest freakout Edgeworth has had in court so far. Wow.
It seems we've come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy.
What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Oh man, Edgeworth is feeling the heat. That scream, the passion, the emotion. Thank you. Oh, DJ Flurb, if you want to hear me like doing some really good screaming and voice acting, you gotta check out last week's case. That was so fucking fun. I apologize for this lack of due diligence on my part.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do, you'd better get the results this time.
Really?
You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I am Alright. Now that the lunch break is over, so to speak, I am full in on this case. This is awesome. I've been listening in while I was doing some late night coding, kind of like listening to a radio drama. Ah, thanks, man.
I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day, as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned.
Holy fuck, dude. This is awesome! This is so good! I think a John Untron quote fits this perfectly. This case just went from check minus to check plus. Ah, man. Gant is crazy cool.
February 23rd, 2:15, Wright & Co.
Mr. Wright? So, what's going on with the case anyway? A lot of fucked up shit. I'll tell you what. I'm a little confused. Let's see. What is going on? By the way, DJ Fleur, what are you doing the coding for? Victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecution parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? Prosecutor's office and police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Bleh, Jontron. Yeah, there's some fucky shit. I don't watch him anymore, but it be what it be. Dude's kind of a chode, but whatevs. Still can't deny that he's got some quotable memery every now and then. I just don't like watch his shit with ads on. Or plays for his Patreon. Messing around with physics-based movement in Unity. Oh, cool! Hey, DJ Flurb, I got a question for you, bud. Simple platformer with wall running. Ah, Prince of Persia shit. But, like, what experience do you have with coding with bots? Like Discord bots? Because if you're looking for some work, I can introduce you to a couple of people and maybe you can help us out. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to at least. Alright, let's do it! Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm sure she's going to be... but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. I don't know, dude. The scientific evidence stuff is being helpful. Huh? Keats being mad that his old stuff is funny? What? Elaborate, please, Pack Waifu. That's kind of crazy. Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. I just kind of see something weird with this. Like something funny that might be an in-joke. That Emma sees shit through rose-tinted glasses. I don't know if that's anything to go off of, but She's a useful goober. She's not as entertaining as Maya, but she sure as hell is useful. Let's go! Science awaits us! I also like that we went from one extreme to the other. We had a spiritualist for this whole thing, and now we have a scientist. Pretty sure I talked about that earlier, but eh. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Emma, I'm gonna say no to that, because this is getting crazy. Little experience making Simple Bot almost 3.5 years ago. Well, you'll be working with 2 other people. If you're interested, you can DM me the details, and I'll, like, tell you about it after stream. Maybe you can help out. Because we've been, like, struggling with a bot on, like, a server for a long time now, and we could use the extra help. Wants to rewatch his old stuff because it's funny, but he can't because you know all issues going on with you. Especially because your spouse is black. Ah, yeah, I understand. Well, here's the deal. All I have to say with that is that if you enjoy his content, you can enjoy it without supporting him. Watch this shit with adblock. You can enjoy the jokes, but you can and still think the person is an asshole. Like me, for example, I still like enjoy some shit with who's a character? Who's a character I can compare it to? Oh, you know what I think is the best example of this? Like, for people that like enjoying the stuff but fucking hate their creator? Rurouni Kenshin and fans. Rurouni Kenshin fans have it the worst out of anyone in this situation, where they're like, yeah, no, we love this thing, but fuck the creator. We do not support him in any way. We read this shit on Kiss Manga. Fuck the author. The way I see it, when it comes to shitty artists, you can just enjoy their content without supporting them. If you have issues with them personally, then I understand why you don't want to hang out with them, but... Well, not hang out with them, like, you're not gonna... Wait, what? I love Rurouni Kenshin, who's the author? Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna hurt to say. Pack waifu. I don't want to ruin your evening, but I feel like I have a civic duty to let you know what went on. Rurouni Kenshin author. Yeah, Nobuhiro Watsuki. Oh god. I want to talk about this, but I'm worried about maybe getting like a Twitch strike for mentioning this. This is rough, but... You know how we make jokes about how it's like certain VTubers, like... Well, not VTubers, like streamers and YouTubers, like talking with underage people and getting photos of said people? Well, the author actually did that. Except... much younger than you are expecting. It's disgusting. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Yeah, it's fucked up. It is really fucked up. He's in jail right now because of that. As he fucking should be. But yeah, it's no good. Yeah, that was like a couple of years ago that was out, but like I don't know. When it comes down to it, you have ways to check out stuff from a person that you have that you either have philosophical or humanitarian qualms with, to phrase it, to phrase it kind of douchebaggily, but we have ways to just steal shit and get their content without supporting them. Like, one of my favorite reviews of this film, Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas, is it's an absolute piece of shit train wreck, but it's super entertaining and it's a great time because of how fucking shitty it is. So, don't go out to stores to watch it. Don't go out to theaters to watch it. Don't buy Blu-rays or DVDs of this. Just pirate it. That was the motto. Like, that's my motto too. who support a person if you like their stuff, and if you who like their stuff but hate the person, just enjoy the content without supporting them. There are ways around this, and if someone says, like, yeah, you know, and if someone sees you, like, reading this shit on your phone, and they go, like, oh, you know this person did this and this, right? It's like, oh, yeah, I know. I'm not paying for this. And I feel like and I also feel like making someone feel bad for enjoying media because the author is a shitty person is kind of a shitty deal, too. Because it's like, you know, it just feels so guilt-trippy. Like, everyone, like, I think a phrase with that is, everybody has a line. And if you have your line here, or your line there, that is your prerogative, and that's how it should be. If only people all thought I'd like this when I was a kid. Like, what exactly? What I'm saying? Or what do you mean in Pack Waifu? Because I said a lot of stuff. I kind of went on a bit of a tangent. I'm sorry I started rambling. Oh, well, you're welcome. Well, I'm glad I could help out with clarifying that. So, yeah. Oh yeah, there's a video game we need to play. Sorry about that. I know. What's the song at the beginning of Space Jam? Fly Like an Eagle? Or Come On and Slam? God damn it, now you're making me look this up now! Alright, space... Fly, yeah. Oh yeah! Fly like an eagle. Yeah. Okay, but Seal's fine. I don't think anything's wrong with Seal. At least I hope. Or at least I hope not. I mean, with musicians, that's the easiest, man. You either listen on Spotify or just find a site to get it. But anyway, video game. It's only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Yeah. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? Alright, let's check out that oil drum. Raising evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. I feel like I need you two to, okay, I need to get her out of the detention center so you two can just hug this shit out. Big words from a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Say what? The situation calls for one thing, and that is... luminol testing fluid. Wait, what now? Blood is sticky stuff, you know? You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. Like the song a lot, Mom told me not to like it because the musician did something wrong. Don't remember what. I was irritated. I was told not to like a song because the artist, when I didn't even know who the artist was. Right. Wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Alright. I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. You know what? That's a good point, Emma. We're testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it. I might be. Here, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Oh god, Virtual Boy! To test for a blood reaction, just spray the aluminum oil on it. Just like this, see? Press enter to spray on it. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Psst. Psst. Oh, hello. Oh, this is neat. Oh, neat. Alright, what's this about? Oh, God! I could see your eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain? I mean, I'm getting thirsty, you're looking at it, so probably. Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood. I think the amount of blood... Yeah, like, they're talking about stepping on this and making tracks, right? There's only, like, a couple of droplets here. So, how old is she? Oh, Emma is 16. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? What does she mean she hasn't seen real blood? I think she means other people's blood. You know, I mean, we've all scraped ourselves, but not like blood stains in the field. Like, you know, murder blood stains, that type of thing. But yeah, she's a prodigy. I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. They've lived a sheltered life. I mean, both their parents died when... I mean, her parents died when she was young, so... If they fought here, they'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright? She's female? Wait, what? What do you mean by that? No. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find the blood stain. That's smart. Oh, I get what you do. Oh, I get what you're saying. Period jokes. I'm just gonna say they meant like other people's blood. I mean, she was hoping it wasn't Chris's blood. Her turning red arc. God damn it. God damn it. And man. Pretty handy to have her on, right? Yeah. And this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Aluminum oil testing fluid. Cool. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hit of evidence out into the light of day. Yeah! Yeah! Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Oh my god, are you here to waste more of my goddamn time? I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Mister! You only trust your eyes, Not bad, you too. This day-old deli box is on the house. Okay, I'm gonna lie, that looks pretty goddamn good. Sorry, it's just that kind of weed doesn't really get my mouth watering. Okay, what the hell do you want? You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. Don't potatoes give false positives with that stuff? I don't know. That's a good question. I witnessed everything from the security room right there. But I was afraid I wouldn't sound so unconvincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't care. You wasted too much of my goddamn time. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand! That's unforgivable! Exactly, Emma. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if that place I witnessed the events was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I don't think it does. You pretty much been discredited as a biased liar. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. Your honor as a detective is as good as my honor or as a merciful man. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? What department does the victim work in? Oh, oh, you mean like the victim? She's chief prosecutor. And the victim was a detective of the police department. So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes. It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. Gotta head out, but thanks for the stream. Try not to die, everyone. Will do! I mean, I already done it twice. I just can't do it a third time. Where did she say she has multiple boyfriends at? Multiple times while she was talking in court. Like, we have the 3 forensics boyfriends, the boyfriend in the security station, and a boyfriend in investigation. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. That's such a bad pun. God damn. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day, I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I hate her. I do too. Uh-huh. Swig. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident.
Oh god, not again with this.
SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean. Yeah, I got a thing to show you, dude. Yeah, what about this note? Goodman knew about this. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet! Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Also, what's up with this photo? Why is this so fucking sketch? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't your problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? The time you got fired? Alright, tell us about this incident. Incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Huh? Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I had ever handled.
Who's this guy right here? Like, I see Marshall and I see Goodman, but who's this last guy?
The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary. It was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence.
What?
You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence?
Alright, we're getting into the Japanese judicial system with this one, I can tell that much.
The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know of.
It's Marshall.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall.
What do you know about him?
As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I.
You haven't forgotten SL9?
There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait! Those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends.
How many does she have anyway? She gets around more than a hentai protagonist.
Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie, What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yes.
Then you should take this.
Is that a buttered steak and asparagus? Oh, okay. Not alright. You're forgiven. For now. But, oh my fucking god, is that filet mignon? Salisbury steak? Ah, still good.
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Alright, well...
Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is you your, are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along with my sister. It made me jealous. And he was nice to me back then, too.
This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective.
But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you.
Alright, well, that certainly is interesting. Well, Let's check out the police department. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all.
So, the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is.
She's like a kid at an amusement park.
Oh, real crime scene. Let's go take a look.
Can we even make it there? It doesn't look like we can. Oh, damn! Is that tequila? Alright, let me see. Holy shit, this guy is loaded. He's got tequila, that clear stuff looks like vodka. He's got rum, more rum, some whiskey, some sake. He's got a whole bar here. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, the guard station is the evidence. This is the guard station for the evidence room.
So, beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime?
It sure seems that way.
Oh. What's wrong?
It's those cacti! It's so prickly! So imposing! It's hard to think straight.
If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this if this is the guard station, where's the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already.
Yeah, this is pretty goddamn obvious. Alright, anywho, stretch. Do a quick stretch. Well, it doesn't... Okay, is that a goddamn snare trap? Yep.
I know, maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed.
You sure have an active imagination. No comments on the insane amount of booze this guy has? Well, he's not here, so maybe we back out and we'll find him? This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Hey, wasn't that... Hey, big guy! One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. What up, Gumshoe? Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
He looks like a dog you just... He looks like a dog you just shooed away from the dinner table. Poor guy. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Yep. Now's no time for despair. Yeah, that's not until I decide to play a Danganronpa on stream. The criminal. You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence, right, pal?
Yep. Best part about doing these all in one sitting is that I don't have to re-voice act flashbacks. Gives me a moment to put my breath at ease and hydrate. And caffeinate. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch. Pronto! Standing around here talking and isn't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave! If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Oh, whoa! Later! Having a good cry, goddamn. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Alright, so we gotta go here, and then I imagine from here we can go to the detention center. Yep. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught a person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down the road right now. Things will just get confusing. What the hell was that? My thoughts exactly, Emma. Sir, this is what I'm saying. Me? A perpetrator? I'd say I was perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh, God. Do I have to defend this goddamn Melvin? Yep. Yes, I do. Oh, hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but, oh, wait. I just said I don't have to do this. This is my hydrate break. Officer Beacons! So you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir! I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a lost lamb, sir. God. Oh my God, he's such a fucking dork! Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? He isn't. Is he? Wait a minute. I just got... Wait, there's another tie to him. The, bandaged hand. Londa also had a bandaged hand, and so does he. So... What? This... Huh. That's interesting. You... Officer Meekins... You didn't, did you? Oh, you're planning... Oh, Pack Waifu, you're planning on assassination. On whom, you may ask? This dude? Gladly! Oh my God. Meekins? I'm gonna give you an ultimatum. Well, no, actually, I'm gonna be fair with you, Meekins. I'm gonna give you a nice deal. Oh, every time you do that loudspeaker thing, I get to remove a bone of my choice from your body. Now, you see, the first one, you had one free one, and you wasted it by bothering me. So, first one will be just your metatarsal, like a toe. We'll start with one of your toe bones, and then we're gonna work our way up. Keep that in mind, and stop that. What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. Uh-huh. Chad, I have a feeling this is gonna be a trial of peaks and valleys if this is my other dude I have to deal with. Alright, tell me the day of the crime. You just lost one of your phalanges. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir! I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Stop fucking saying sir! You goddamn... and brown-nosing ass-kisser. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. See? One sentence without saying sir every time. God damn, that's all I want to ask. Mr. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. Okay, goddamn. That's when I saw him, sir. Okay, see, that's acceptable. You don't have to say it twice in the same fucking sentence. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. What the heck is this guy doing? I wish I knew. I also wish that he just broke his neck, and we wouldn't have to deal with this. But, c'est la vie. This is what people think is funny. Some people. So what happened then? After that moment, sir, everything went white, sir. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? How did he pass his officer exams? I mean, if Paul Blart can do it, anyone can. Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Yeah, exactly. I made that connection earlier. Yet another similarity between the case and the one at the prosecutor's office. Well, he did at the end of the thing. I mean, he was able to at the end, and he was still apparently... Wait a minute. Mall Cop 2, he wasn't a cop. He denied it. I don't know. Some people, some weird people unfit to be officers become officers. But I'm not even going to touch that subject. First things first. Tell us how you hurt your hand. Yeah, let's talk about that bandaged hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Don't you think you should just confess? Also, femur! You just lost your femur. And the ulna! Oh, the ulna's going too, buddy! You're gonna have a peg leg by the end of this trial! Nothing you could do. Sir, to tell you the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed out the knife at me, I just hollered, sir! And then the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. I don't think you're fit to house sit a cat, dude. Let alone be a fucking cop. Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. Okay, at least you didn't give us that feedback crap. Your bones are safe. For now. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Okay, well, I was gonna give you the choice of left leg or right leg for your femur, but now I'm taking them both. Both of them. They're mine now. The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Okay, that's decent evidence at least. Can you tell us about the victim? I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Please say yes. Okay, you know what? I feel generous this time, man. What do you want to lose this time? Your radius or your ulna? Never mind, you don't get a choice. I'm taking both. You're gonna be a goddamn nugget by the time I'm finished with you. Then label me a victim. God, I don't... You already took the ulna? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, great. Thank you very much for keeping track of that. I think I may have gotten that confused. Hold on, let me double check my, Yeah, it's been a while since I had my, Alright, come on, god damn it. It's so hard to, like, just get a new tab open. Alright, bone. You think as a skeletal vampire, I would have this shit in the bag, but, sometimes, when you have so much information swimming around in your head,
you get a little confused every now and then. Okay, let's get this. Alright, there we go. Little diagram. Oh! No, I'm talking about his hands. My bad. No, you know what? I will take his hands. So that way, you can live without hands. However, so instead of peg leg, he would be having a hook hand or a prosthetic. So this time, I'm going to be taking your tibia. And your fibula. Yeah, no, that's my bad, chat. I mistook the 2 bones in the forearm with the 2 bones, like, in the leg. Like the shin bones. I mean, to be fair, if I were to take the femur, like, the radius and ulna are pointless, right? I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leaves heavily on total stranger side. Oh my fucking god, dude. Shut up with that fucking thing. Officer, can you take this fucking thing away from him? Should he even have this in a detention center? Now you just lost your humorous. Because there's nothing humorous about you anyway. And that's a skull joke. It's funnier than anything this guy's doing with his shtick. Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. At least his fellow officers know to isolate this goddamn Melvin. I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I have no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. Alright, his pelvis is gone. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Am I done here? Can I please leave? Please tell me I can leave. Let me double check my evidence and see if there's anything I should present him. Let's see here. I guess we should show his ID to him. Maybe that'll jog his memory. Oh, all right. I'm not under 1%. My bad. All right. All right. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! Yeah, that is it! The loss of my patience! Spine! Gone! I'm taking your spine now, too! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment! But, sir, now I remember! I remember, sir! You mean remember what happened? Correct! That card! The card was the cause of it all! This ID card? Exactly, sir! That's exactly it! Alright, skull's gone. Skull, too. What other bones can I take? Probably nothing. Looks like we're moving on to organs, buddy. And because as you continue to disagree with my very, very generous statement, I get to take the first 2. But don't worry, I'll just take your pancreas and appendix. You know, the useless shit. And we'll get to more and more vital stuff as we go. Better pry into this one a little bit deeper. Do we have to, Phoenix? So, tell me more about the crime. What do you remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. Shut the fuck up, you said that twice. Oh my god, he looks like such a goddamn chode. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sarah entered the evidence room and asked this man to show me his ID card. Sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What do you do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. Kidneys gone. Mine. What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? And this dumbass as I tried to actually attack him? What, did he do that stupid windmill punch? You know the one I'm talking about, where you're just like
going your arms in a circle all over and over. You're not even like actually doing a punching motion. You're just like rotating your arms 360 degrees over and over again. That's the most I could see this dude doing. I'm so sick. I am so fucking sick of you. I am just so goddamn tired of you. I don't even want to fucking voice act you anymore. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went wide. I woke. I was there. Cool. What's the reason you got arrested then? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, alright, so at least Emma's the one describing this. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it. That's it, sir. That's it. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. No, you didn't. You just kind of floundered about and screamed like a child. You still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, he was definitely in the evidence room. Wow. But you don't remember the event clearly. Videotape? Videotape? You did all this goddamn floundering around, and it took you this long to talk about the videotape! Okay, I apologize if that spooked anyone, but, like, I'm getting, like, legitimately frustrated with this dude. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting this is... Ugh, what is wrong with these people? Video? I'm getting... I don't even... I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. I'm just gonna make myself more angry. You got a death wish or something, dude? You really have a death wish at this point. Not even with me, but in the universe. Who the hell would want to defend this goddamn... Oh my god. Thank you, Emma! At least somebody is calling him out on his stupidity. Please do! Please exit the story! Well, gee, thank you very much, Akins. I look forward to seeing you, never. Oh my fucking god, man. That was exhausting! How is that section shorter than the lunch lady trial? And I feel even more frustrated and exhausted. He wasn't even being malicious, he was just being an idiot. Oh my god. Anyway, I apologize for shouting, chat, but I don't know. Maybe I was building up to it, so I was hoping y'all were expecting it, but still. That's just... my god. I hope that's the lowest point. And I hope that's the last we have to talk to him. Period. So who's at the chief's detective stack? Oh, it's Gant. Oh, thank god. Someone I can actually... a stomach. And you're sure of all of it? And you're sure this is all? Mm-hmm. You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's the most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, under the seat of his cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir! We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief Detectives looks a little flustered. Aha! Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? You know, Chad, I'm starting to get a little worried with him asking us about swimming. Oh, Chief Gann, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Oh my god, finally someone who has more than one brain cell. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident at Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Yep. Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. Yeah, that is quite an accusation to casually throw out, man. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? So, what about evidence? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. They're being prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give you away all our secrets just like that. And in this particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, here's the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted to do with the chief detectives do. See if we can discreetly ask him. Yeah, let's do that. What up? Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, you see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it again for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Let's see, half-written note on 2/21 can only be... Alright. Should really get back to the department investigating the crime scene. Alright, to the guard station then. Hey chat! You see what happened? We had a normal conversation! No filler, no obnoxious noises, no dilly-dally shilly-shally. We just talked! It's a miracle! I feel like I've just been blessed after all the BS we just went through with Meekins. Alright. Alright, hold on a second. Oh shit, duh. I need to actually talk to Gant. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Huh? Well, I never thought the day would come when Ryder would ask me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Stop doing that, man. It's really starting to freak me out. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50. No problem. Hey, can you donate $50 to me? I mean, re-debut cost ain't cheap. And that's to him, not to you guys. You're not obligated to donate anything to me. You being here and following me and helping me get to my goal of 500 by the next 2 weeks. That's all I can ask for. Thank you.
So go ahead, investigate in that room to your heart's content. Knock yourselves out.
It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, I can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along now and do your best. Now, later, folks.
It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. Just think, a conversation with no dilly-dally, shilly-shally, or important stuff. My God, thank you. I'm also happy, Phoenix. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir.
Stop talking like fucking Meekins, please!
Oh my God, no, not you, Emma, not my sweet goober. Alright, so do we just move into... Wait, what? Hold on a second. Oh, I guess we have to, like, check the door itself, maybe? Definitely a bad influence, you got that right. Also, oh, good to see you here. Still here, Pack Waifu. I thought you, like, scampered off after my display of rage. But, yeah. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card for the Chief Gamp. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking?
Ah, howdy, partners. Oh, well, what's my Bambina's... what's made my Bambina sky so gray?
Playing Slime Rancher. Awesome! Hey, Marshall. Why does it have to be him? Phoenix, look around this room and ask that question again.
What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeah! The card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what are you standing for? Get along, little doggies. Crime scene's waiting.
I think I got a few questions to ask you. It's on again. We're here.
Sorry, cowboy. I got no... I had to tangle with you hombres.
You're busy then.
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Let me try again. I was wondering if I could talk to you.
Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed of the wild prairie. Like a good sleep in your load on this 6-shooter, I say a little prayer.
What the fuck was that? What the hell, Marshall? I think he was just too hungry to talk. Oh, please. Alright, I know exactly what to do. Steak! Steak time!
That smell. Reminds me of Texas.
Again, he's from West LA. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on TV the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, I'm a star.
What's this?
Huh? What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see. I see!
I don't see. Wonder what it means. Here you go, dude.
Alright, Bambina. You win. Ask...
Snack. Alright. He's willing to talk. Alright, dude, let's get to it. Let's go, cowboy.
Yep.
Yep, you got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Please stop showing me this guy's fucking punchable face. Get rid of him!
That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong all the time and call him Meekly.
Why don't you call him Melvin? Because that's what he is. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look like it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know?
So, what were you doing around on 515 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
Say what now? No, he was riding down on the highway and his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job keeping an eye on this place.
Yeah, like when me and my friend got tased. Yeah, you mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. I kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak next to your steak, you know?
Eat the broccoli, you baby. Broccoli's delicious. What, stewed? I think you mean steamed. Anyway, what about you, dude? You said that you were a detective until 2 years ago?
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books when it smells like a bad game of poker. And I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
It's odd that I like broccoli, considering that I hate veggies as much as a child. Vegetables taste like sad. I like pretty much, well, I do my daily dose of blood, and, you know, I like to eat just to remember the times when I was alive. I mean, it does nothing to me. It's the equivalent of eating paste, but it's fun to do. And I like veggies. I like most veggies, honestly. Even when I was a kid, I always ate most of my veggies. We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, the case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
Oh, the license of statutory. No, not that. The other thing from the last case, I forget. Oh, wait, the statute of limitations. That's what it is.
That's right. The evidence transferals.
And George was talking about the transferals too. Alright, anyway, let's get on this.
I know what maybe two of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like a stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
And we got the card right here.
Card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through here.
That seems very important to have. 7777420 blazing, yeah! Okay, that feels like someone made a meme card just to have that happen. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Yeah, we have the official, well, what do you call it? ID right here. Almost facepalm that. Yeah.
Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on the record now. I've seen that number before.
Same here. Maybe there's some way I can prove that the record is tied to the stabbing. Well, maybe after this. Oh yeah, the ID. Well, let's just ask about this and then show the ID. So, we keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, that explains why I got tased. That room was with unsolved cases. You know, the place that would most likely have people break in. This is a big ass plot hole you're bringing to me, Marshall.
So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake. See?
So what happened to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
Uh-huh.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. But, buddy, I got something I gotta show you that I think might have to do with this case. See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Oh, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. Number on this is 5842189.
Oh, excuse me, that was Phoenix, not him. Shows the ID card record again. Perfect match, right there. At 514. That seems like an insane contradiction for a testimony. Right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Oh god. Thank you for not playing that stupid feedback noise again. Yeah, if he had the card, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
Thanks, man. Yeah, maybe I should show this list to the other people with IDs here. Alright, anyway. Evidence room, finally.
God, this is gonna take a minute.
Pardon-moi. It's quiet. Investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Yeah, huh? Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Hey, Gumshoe! Ah! Whoa! Did you just hit Gumshoe? Why you hit Gumshoe? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. And your first instinct was to punch it? I think that just pissed the ghost off more than anything. Even Gumshoe's was winning my court. I'm doing and him again. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Yep, I got in. Yep. So, Chief of Police Gant. Loan anyone $50? Even me? Yep, Gumshoe. That's right. Gumshoe's got it on the right idea. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief. So now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence for the floor plans out of the court record. Let's take a look at this real quick. Where does the badger tie into all this, chat? We're getting a shitload of evidence for this case, by the way. Okay, it's pretty simple. Anyway, what's up? What's new, Gumshoe? So, Detective Gumshoe, you're the boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here, in the police department.
But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again.
Yeah, that's a thing that was brought up in Agretsuko. Like, bosses will give... can't really fire her Japanese... Well, excuse me, like, in Japan, bosses can't really fire her employees, like out of nowhere. There's, like, a huge set of laws that protects employees like this. So what they do instead is they transfer her employees to, like, nothing jobs where they pretty much do nothing and feel useless. So that way they quit on their own accord. Psychological torture, dude. It's mental.
I'm adamant, though!
Best followers, best primes. I don't care.
I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal!
You have a locker in here, too. You have a locker in here, too, Gumshoe?
Of course. I am a detective, after all.
You gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? Interesting. Let's talk about Edgy Poo.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
Ride or die. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the Inquiry Committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Interesting. But what about the lockers?
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost.
Why?
I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That's a mood if I've ever felt one.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand?
Oh, it takes fingerprints. Exactly, pal. A lock for each locker. There's code with a fingerprint.
I mean, you can steal fingerprints. In Dino Crisis, there's tech for that. Unless that's fake.
He's using scientific evidence from a game where dinosaurs are being transferred into reality. And not even scientifically accurate dinosaurs at that. I'm just talking dumb. So only the locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it,
you get a shock!
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Interesting.
Alright, time to search around.
Alright.
Alright. It's a car door, a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. And the guy was caught in some sort of escape artist and trying to get away.
Hey, that's one of those human profiles they use for range testing.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us.
Yeah. Pardon-moi. More caffeine, more sugar.
I don't have anything going on with me, so I don't have to worry about anything at all.
Paint. What's going on here?
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know.
You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it.
Neat. Cool. What up with the paint? And the saw? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. What?
Plus, there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're... Oh, this is where the... Oh, God damn it! You might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room. Huh.
What's with the blood? It's a little worm, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright! What if there are other bloodstains left in the room?
Alright, I'll use the fluid in a minute. Let's check out everything else first. Broken shards, okay. Yep, there you go. Some kind of hooligan. And another one from SL9. Okay. Let's take a closer look then. What in the shape of these pieces were in before whatever is broke? Time to put it together, huh? I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Oh, this piece looks like the bottom. Tried putting it in place. Hey! Okay, well... Uh-oh. Wait, how do I... Okay, so that don't work. That don't work? Oh, wait a minute. Ah, I see. Let's get with something jagged. No? Okay, so... Alright, looks like we don't have to flip it, so that's good. Is this it? Okay, that's one. Alright, Oh, wrong way. I think I got lucky, because that seems like a... Nope, nope, never mind. Yeah, the jagged bit. Is this it? No, that would be the top, so not this. Not this either. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, that ain't it either. No. We need like a jagged edge and a slant. Wait, is this it? There we go. It looked a little small, so I didn't think it would be the proper one. This one, however, not like that. Maybe not like that either. Or is it? No, no, I'm right. Oh, my bad. Right, this? No. Oh, my bad. No, definitely not that. This though, right? No? Maybe... There we go, this one. Alright, sweet. We actually get more puzzles now, chat. That's fun. I like that. Here. This one for sure. Yeah, there we go. This one feels a bit more obvious. There we go. Now it's all coming together. Oh. Well, obviously that goes first. Like this? Yeah, perfect. And right there. Alright, we're missing a chunk of it, but it's a pot. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got not that far or two in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Yeah, it looks like someone like ripped off the handle of the other side, but what does that mean? Makes a jar. Two things that bother me. One, why are there some pieces missing? And two, doesn't it seem unstable? Oh yeah, also because it's like so, bottom, light at the bottom, man. Yeah, it's super top heavy. Uh-huh. Okay, what's in here? An indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Alright, let's check his locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It feels like an easy way for them to steal it. And yep, as we said. More paint up there. Okay. Ugh. God damn, man. Oh, man. Okay, so where do we go from here is the question. I think the best thing we should do is use the stuff and start, or its brain, and looking for the bloodstains, right? Alright. Okay, let's get to... Alright, how do we use it? Is it here? No, 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 yes. Alright, let's start spraying. Alright, so we got there. That's obvious. Whoa! Okay! That's a little bit more obvious. God damn! Must have been one massive pool of blood. Not professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien! Oh yeah, I've had pale blue blood. It don't taste good. It's like getting antifreeze in your mouth. Gives you a good boost though. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Alright, well, that's cool. Anywhere else we should spray, or no? Oh, wait. Oh. Well, one thing we need to do, I believe, is talk to the note. Bring up this note. Well, I need to, actually talk to... Well, you know what? It's rude to just talk to him when I'm not in front of him. Alright, you know anything about this, my man? Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. You know anything new, dude? Yeah, tell me about it. That was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing? Oh, shit. Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built this case around that to nab him. Alright. Pardon moi. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, starting at the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It's not supposed to all be cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It's supposed to be cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, and that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife? The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Huh, interesting. Also, I feel like I might have missed something with a handprint. Like, even if it's obvious, maybe I need to, like, spray it a couple more times. Because I had to spray that big-ass blood stain a couple times, right? Yeah, see, there we go, chat. You gotta hit it multiple times. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine! It's yours? Please! You have to help me when they come take me away. I promise I'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. Jot down the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. Based. That's so based. Alright, even though he's a detective. Even he's like, yeah, the law's just shit. Alright, I think we're done here. Let's go see what's up with Edgeworth. We haven't been there yet. What up, ho? Bye-bye, ho.
Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday.
And I'm sure it'll be just as classy as tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here.
I'm sure he's out doing important investigations.
I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Really? Maybe I missed something? I feel like we covered everything, didn't we? Huh. Maybe I missed something. Let's go back. I mean, there's a shitload of stuff in that place. It's most likely I missed something. And fuck that detention center. I'm never going back there. Alright, guard station, evidence room, howdy. Alright, what else is there? Not present. Maybe there's more to spray? Because it looks like we covered everything that's like actual. Well, don't observe it, dude. Oh, whoop, my bad. Yeah, there it is. Use it. Alright. Scorched Earth, chat! Scorched Earth strat. Let's try it. Let's go over and try it. Maybe over here. They need to have a shortcut for this. Huh? Wait, what? Oh shit! We got another handprint. There's no reason for this murderer to touch the spot, not if he fled out the door. This might be something significant. Hey! That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks for the chief. Thank you. Where did you get this, dude? Buy it by mail order. Alright, sounds good, dude. Alright, that's fair. Okay, this is all just referential shit from last time, so... And I'm guessing nothing at the actual lockers? Oh, boy. Oh, wait a minute. I should actually examine this, though. Since there's something sticking out of it. Looks like a shirt. Must be evidence for some case. I wonder if did you put it here, dude? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened in recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too. Uh-huh. And he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. Oh, come on, man! If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Ah, poor Gumshoe. Okay, that's probably what I missed. So, hopefully... Oh, you know what I haven't done in a while, and I probably should? I should, you know, like, save. Oh, God. Alright. Alright, now let's try the, prosecution place. I bet we're fine now. No? What am I missing? Yeah, it all has to be in the evidence room, chat. Like, what else could there be? Alright, this is getting, gotta admit, this is getting a little bit obtuse. did that. Oh, wait a minute. No shit. The most obvious thing. It just hit me. The goddamn ID record. Of course I should show it to him. Could you take a look at this? It's the ID record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came here at the time of murder night. Whoa! Oh, what is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth! Wait, what? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth! Okay, yeah, chat, this feels like the most obvious thing I should do to go before seeing Edgeworth. Holy shit. Huh? What? Updated. Let's go. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you need to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth Inquiry Committee should be letting out soon. Oh my god, thank you. I'm gonna give them my report for the day. Is that? I might help, you know? Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he could use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Gumshoe? Goddamn, Nick, cut him some slack. He saved you from the Mafia! I'm off, pal. Later! See you, dude. I'll get your voice consistent someday. Also, I just realized... Yeah. There we go. Much more formal. Alright, finally we can go to Edgeworth. Dude's probably, like stressed to the gills right now, man. Ah, bitch. Bye, bitch. Sugar, cut me through this. Oh, hey, the bellhop. What's up? Ah, guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. Yes, the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes. You're probably the latest information, it seems. Really? Wait, was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me. Somehow. Real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Alright, bud. Let's get to brass tacks. How'd the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Oh, thank God. Yes. Apparently, there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. What about tomorrow's trial? You okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by Chief of Police Gamp. That's a red flag for me, chat. How about y'all? This seems like a pretty goddamn massive flag. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see.
Why, I ask you? Why? All along I've done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still... Wow, I never seen him this out of sorts. Alright, I got something to show you, dude. Where's the record? Here it is. Oh, right. Better check this down. As I was saying, Huh? What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
A screwdriver, what? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? He would have left it, and if the evidence was filed already.
The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say.
It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Screwdriver.
Cool.
Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Guess the only thing to show him will be the note, right? It's worked with everyone else so far. I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory in my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Alright, let's get to talking. I assume, right? Yeah. What's up with your allegations? The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago, then? He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why a deputy chief of police on the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than usual. I mean, at this point, you were still under Von Karma's tutelage. It was only natural to happen. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not! I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have a use for this. Oh, Edgeworth's given us an upgrade. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? Oh, damn, this is gonna be crazy now. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. This sly fucker. I love him so much, man. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here,
Take your powder in these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks! How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? No. Probably no. Well, let's go. Alright, let's get to it. Okay. Oh, good. She's gone. Alright. And he's gone too. That's kind of suspicious. Alright. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, and this blood on the detective's evidence locker. This is the secret weapon we borrowed. Wah! Choose a finger. A finger! Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Choose a finger that will all have been left behind the clearest print. I think I can tell which one it is, and I will not procrastinate. I feel like the best one would be this one, right? Oh! Okay, now time to check for prints. Let's see. Alright. Sprinkle aluminum powder around with enter. Okay, cool. Aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? I don't have a DS. This is a PC. With E! E for exciting. Alright. Neat. Alright. We'll go up your nose. Alright, let's do it. E. 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 Woo! Found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Huh. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? We're out of luck. Out of luck? Person who left this fingerprint must have worn gloves. God damn it. No. Sometimes... Alright, but it does seem a shame. Oh yeah, there is another handprint we can do. Oh wait, the fingerprint... Wait, what? Fingerprints outside the bloody handprint. Oh, shit! Oh yeah, it's right there! What's this about? Okay, pop. Go get 'em! Go get 'em! There's a print. Oh, a little bit there, a little dab there, and whoop. Wait, what? Why is this not working? I guess we gotta lay it on a bit thicker. This is really fascinating. Clear print. And now time to match it up. Alright. Alright. Now we gotta match this with someone in... Alright. Let's make a pretty good guess. Bloody handprint on the fingerprints are different places, right? Means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case, so... Most likely you find in the evidence locker. Let's see here. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Not... Wait, is it my... No, I can't do my own. Doesn't look like that. Or that. Yep, it's Gumshoe. This is a really cool mechanic. Yeah. Alright. Now to do the other thing. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. That's true. Roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. And we got another handprint. Whoop! Where's our powder? Right here. Wait a minute. Is it not like the other one? Like, can I not just... no. I guess I have to examine the handprint, and then we get it, right? Like here? Yep, we got the aluminum fluid reaction. Yep, handprint here. Let's do it.
Check for prints. Time to fingerprints.
And to warn you something first.
What's up?
Your area with blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it after using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, God. So no prints? Oh, God, this is gonna be bad.
Find prints that weren't wiped away.
Alright. Okay, so... obviously we used all the chemical here, so maybe there's one here? Oh, wow, yep. Right on the money, goddamn. Laying this shit on thick, chat! And boom! Almost got it. It's like making a powder cake. It's like making a funnel cake.
I just wish I could, like,
Just drag and drop, you know. There we go. There's a print. Now, who's this closest to? Oh, there we go. Alright. No, no, no. We already got gumshoes. Bruce is oh, shit. No, that scene's pretty cut and dry. Hey, chat. Yep, 1-to-1. It's Marshall.
Hey, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
It's Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
And we got his fingerprints.
That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprint hints are in the same place.
Oh.
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints. Chat, I just realized something incredibly obvious about him.
Dude was attacked with a knife, right?
Who's been shaving with a knife since the moment we saw him? Right there. Oh my god, I feel like an idiot for not putting 2 and 2 together till this point.
But why would Officer Marshall...
It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call it, decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
It's okay, Emma. This shit happens sometimes. I didn't think of that either. Sometimes shit happens. Okay, well, aside from Meekins being Meekins, that was all right. Please don't have him represented in court.
So what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time.
And a different suspect was arrested at each time of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright.
I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually.
I'm used to all-nighters, though.
So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain?
What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana! So tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. Yeah, that's pretty damning if I do say so myself. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
Alright. Here we go. Let's do this! Hate to do a cowboy like this, but we gotta do this. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet, the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Ah, this is one messed up trial. Yeah, now you say this, Phoenix. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Who boy indeed, Phoenix. God! Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, Huh. Huh.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again. You know what? I'm just gonna let him do it. You know what? He can take the fall. Lana's innocent. This guy dies. We can get rid of him. It's a win-win. Roll credits.
Actually...
Shut your fucking trap. I got a you know what? Alright. You know what? I got a clip. You know what? I got a clip from a certain movie. Easy. That I feel like I want to play every time I see this, alright? Well, wait, hold on. What was that about? I lost it. Oh, whatever. I know the user. Alright, it should be right about here. Yeah, every time he does, he does this stupid noise, I just immediately want to just scream like this, just...
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut the fuck up, you cunt! Shut it!
Can somebody please just say this to him? So we can move on with our lives.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Help me, sir!
Officer Meekins? Yes, sir? Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir! As you wish! Thank God. Oh my God, I hate him so much, chat! You can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm. Yeah, it's fine. I got 1,000 things I can fault him for, or instead. Let's see. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room yesterday. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. Alright. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Oh, God. Also, for those of you who are wondering, that was like a Tom Hardy movie. That was Tom Hardy shouting, "Shut the fuck! Shut your fucking mouth!" Tom Hardy has some goddamn range, dude. He was Venom, he was that dude, he was in a whole lot of shit. Tom Hardy's pretty cool. So, the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Oh my God. Stop! I swear to God, Meekins, you better not be here as long as the fucking lunch lady. I see. Then you fainted, and colleague helped you regain consciousness. He knocked you upside the head? Good man. I owe him a drink. Very well, the defense begin its cross-examination. More info to work with? Alright, time to press him. Oh God, oh joy, I got to hear him talk more. Yay, guys. In General Affairs Department, do you not? In charge of hiring new recruits. Dude, I wouldn't put you in charge of what's good for lunch. Let alone own the future officers of this country. Once again, me and Phoenix on the same wavelength. Thank you. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. Ah, yeah, the mascot. Cool. Oh, Jesus Christ, no. You sure it wasn't broken? You did a real good job with that. Sole mission? Cool. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. With the award ceremony finished that day, there's so many people running around that it relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Then tell us, what did you see when you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then your ID number should be listed on here, right? Can the bailiff take that goddamn megaphone away from him? $4989596. Thank you. It's being used twice. Interesting. Please explain, witness. It's no mystery, sir. First time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time was when I went to get him after everything settled down. During that second time? Alright. Thanks for that. What else you got? How were you attacked? Yeah, what exactly happened? There's a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? He was surprised. He was as surprised as I was. And you aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want. Yeah, thank you, Phoenix. Yeah, nobody would want to run into this chode. That's why they isolated him. He's like a tumor. That's when you reacted? Swung your arms like an octopus, huh? They, teach you that move at the academy? Huh? Like, it's getting late over here, and I'm probably gonna have to be doing this. I'm gonna have to burn the midnight oil to get through this entire case in one night, but, like, I just can't help but waste time and mock this pathetic human in front of me, man. It's so tempting. He just keeps giving me ammunition and reasons to hate him. I'm fascinated by him. Alright. Maybe you just kept your cool hand, you wouldn't be... Yep. Oh, a man by his collar? Cool. How did you stab him? Oh, yeah, you watch kung fu films, therefore you think you're a martial arts master, huh? You snatched his knife. You could snatch candy from a baby. Spun him around to perform the disarming maneuver. That's the funniest joke you've told all game, Meekins. Okay, that I actually believe. He must have been desperate. Next thing you knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then, next thing you knew, yes? He should have just kept... He should have stomped up to your head until it splattered like a watermelon. God damn, man. Alright, what else, dude? What time do you regain consciousness? I mean, well, hey look, you actually said something poignant. For once. Yeah, even a stop clock gives the right time twice a day. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. You hit me right in the head, too. Thank you. I'm losing strength to dunk on this brat. Even the judge is hating this prick. You sure to finish your mission? Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badgers, sir. Returned them to the entrance before things got out of hand. Oh, we can all rest easy now. We have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. Use your inside voice. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning. The Chief? Delivered it? What is it? A videotape? Yes, sir! That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. Fuck. You know, chat, I noticed that we got like a little bit of a cutoff, but first of all, why would you want to see this guy's face? And second of all, you notice how brittle his neck is? How easy it'd be to just like snap it? Like, could we do that? Can I do that? I want to do that. They can throw me in jail, I don't care. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. That's the only thing I'm really good at. Debatable. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. You decided to become a fucking... Roll the goddamn tape! Roll the snuff film. Let's go. What kind of FNAF bullshit are we about to witness? Holy 3D! What is up with that? Holy shit. Yep, this is definitely DS stuff. And what are you doing? That doesn't... What the fuck is happening? It's this badger. It emits madness waves. It's like a marker. And this does not look like a decisive murder, dude. Yeah, don't get me wrong. That doesn't look like you murdering. Yeah, he just got knocked the fuck out. Exactly. Even Phoenix, both of them were like, this is bullshit.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
Yeah, we got like a sanity effect thanks to that badger. What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? As the pride and joy of the entire criminal department, sir, the Blue Badger. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? It wouldn't be a court case if it was a smooth, Phoenix.
Well, yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity took place. Oh.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Fucking whipping boy. His face can't clearly be seen in the video, but there's no question that other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do so. Locker he opened unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
I hate you so much. What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. Uh-huh. I guess let's start with, so it must have been him. I'm gonna be trying to narrow this down, chat, so I can have to deal with him less. How do you know that info? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department, in cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my... Oh my god, those poor people. They make minimum wage. They don't have to deal with your bullshit too, dude. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this info through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must be him, no one else could have unlocked it. Well, let's press that. Most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. What?
you say, hey, dude. Please do. After all, you're the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust this knife into my body, sir!
Don't you fucking dare do it again! Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is... unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Check the court record again? There's gotta be a problem. Why not? Alright, I'm gonna put in. There's one thing in particular that seemed rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to a possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such contradiction.
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
You mean what I was literally about to do? God damn, Edgeworth, you're kinda not... You're really bringing your C game today, aren't you, man? He would want me to point it out? Yeah, maybe he wants us to just get... Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's throwing this case away because he feels like there's something wrong and he wants to help out Sky. Or maybe he just wants to get Meekins off the bench as soon as possible. Either way, I support his decision. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out the problem in the video? First time I ever had to do that.
Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause.
Okay, that's good. Point out. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Good fucking question, man. Oh. Okay, so Jay's rewind. Wait a minute. So the light's on here. Wait a fuck, dude. And pause. Yeah, dude. The light's on before he opened the thing, unlike any of the other things. The thing that's strange about this video, aside from the dancing badger, has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
As I understand, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. Who's the honey and what do you call? Who's the honey and Gumshoe's who's locker?
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yeah, it's like a refrigerator that's left half open. That's like, it's still open. You don't seal it, and the light's still on. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind it to a little earlier. Bum, 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 bum. This song is gonna be drilled into my head. Please stop this now. I just... Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Yes, please just strangle yourself. Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. Excuse me. I'm dropping my Edgeworth. Pardon me. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It was they're broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut.
Oh, come on, Judge. The only novice here is Meekins, not you.
So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, there's something else in the video. It seems out of place in this video. Gotta be another clue somewhere in the footage. Alright, let's take a look. Alright, let's take a look. I guess it's right when the door opens, right? And... Oh! He kept it open by doing this! Right here! Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. He looks like an extra from X Arms. Y'all remember that travesty, X Arms?
What's this?
Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I'd just like to point out that Meekins admits that he opens car doors of moving vehicles and just falls out and rolls and rolls and rolls and rolls. And yet he somehow doesn't die. That makes me really sad, because it shows that even though he is death prone, he will not die. Anyway, we can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
Mm-hmm. Yep, the glove. If the glove fits, you gotta acquit. Let's give me... I don't want to quote that shit. And anyway, let's see. The white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my... Excuse me. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene,
there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... Yep, we got a rubber glove. Relevant evidence, and it is right here. Rubber glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
No, check the tag, Doc. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Alright.
Order! 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 So we're here to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
God damn it. Please testify. Oh god. Edgeworth, why are you making him talk more? Please stop. Please just get rid of him.
Oh, God.
Is it a joke, Phoenix? No, because I'm not laughing. Alright, come on.
Alright.
There's one thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
You mean it could have been stolen.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 4:15 is that of the victim. Just before the crime.
Just before the crime, hmm? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
Yeah, Spiky boy.
Well, there were a few cases up for transferal there, and most of them were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now, let's move on onto the cross-examination.
Alright, let me check a few things I got here. I check our evidence again. Start from the back and go forward. Evidence locker, no. Evidence floor plans. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, chat. I wouldn't be so sure about that, lad. Here you go. Wait one moment, officer. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
You're not good at anything. We've established this. Keep your mouth shut.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
No, I mean the other crime scene.
Exactly. I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the... Yep, I literally just said that. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report? It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
That's fair. Order! Order! So, now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought.
The man the Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. More order. Does the prosecution have a response? Alright, how are you gonna do this, Edgeworth? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. Yeah, I guess it's right. Huh. Interesting way to take this, Edgeworth. I was not understanding. I didn't get that at first, but damn. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. You're cool enough for me to not point out what a hypocrite you're being, dude. This isn't gonna end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment of the defendant and used the weapon. Ah, man. I'm getting a little snacky snack while we're doing this, because they're going to be in here for a while, chat. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright! I have to do something or else Lana...
What do we do? Am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? There's only one thing you can do. Use that special!
One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Uh-huh. And what else, dude? Come on, bud. Jesus, okay, we get it. Hurry up. Thank you. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary.
Please, yes, please. Thank you, God. Get him out of here!
Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
He's playing dumb. It's our turn. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth.
The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear
this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
She's 31? Yeah, let's have her go up on the stage again so we can and just roast her more. But nah, it's Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Recess! Woo!
We will, Your Honor. The court is now in recess.
Hey, a break in the trial, thank goodness. Hey, Lana. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything! Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? No.
Oh, god damn it, Gumshoe.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Oh, guess I am.
I'll come back later.
Thanks, dude.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people in funerals. Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal.
Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh!
You mean this, right? Is that the SL9 incident? What is this? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name?! Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them. Excuse me, I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe the Chief Prosecutor were a witness in that case. Miss Guy was a witness? Alright. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Well, they're kinda in my job description, so let's see. Joe Dark, crime, serial murder, sentenced to death, closed, okay. Edward, victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall. Oh, the plot thickens. Head prosecutor, Edgeworth, witnesses, Lana Skye, and Emma Skye. Oh, wow. Investigation Task Force, Damon Gant, Lana Skye, head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, there's Jake Marshall and Angela Starr. Okay. Interesting. Oh, what? Now that I brought your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? Why? Why is your name on here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No. Couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number where the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No. No, Lana! Uh-oh. That's over with! No! Emma, wait! Whoa, what? I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, Belle, I'm out of here. He's going too. Jake Marshall, Angela Starr, David Gant, and Miles Edgeworth. And now Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, oh, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back on the trial, right? Best of luck. I better think. Already did! To be continued right now, because I have a lack of self-control. Well, at least that was short. How am I doing? I am on 6 hours of streaming and I'm still going, dude. I am not gonna stop. I don't have anything going on tomorrow outside of my afternoon stream, so I'm gonna be crazy. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. $7.5 hours? Damn. We put in that grind. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, thank God. We got an actually okay-ish character. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Who's drinking at the stand? Motherfucking cowboy, that's who. Occasionally helping the elderly across intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best if we get on with this quickly. Yes, please. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. It's gonna be a challenge for him. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Bone orchard, I gotta use that one. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the route's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon
at the time I went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
We got fingerprints, bro.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows those things.
Very well. But what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or following orders.
Everyone's got their weakness, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, is all yours.
Alright, well, this one's easy as hell. This is a freebie, dude. We have a pretty solid evidence that you were here, man. We literally have your fingerprints, man. Officer Marshall. Oh, alright, hold on a second. We need to rip and tear, so that way this bag makes less noise. Also, move that there, that there, because we're still in the long haul, and hunger pangs are not going to stop me. That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood!
Witness! What is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at a crime scene?
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
He's cool as a rock on a desert night. Seems to me that all you see...
Yeah, I'm not finishing that.
There ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingertips?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Alright, let's start pressing.
Yeah, that's right. That, and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. That's all. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Interesting. Same place as the bloodstained handprint. I don't think that's worth pressing, because that just seems like coincidental. Uh-huh, more coincidence. Okay, how are they... wait. We do know that, because we tested that. Yeah, how does he know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There was a blood stain at the scene, though to be left by the murderer. Excuse me, thought to be left by the murderer. Okay, well, I mean, at least that makes sense. He is an officer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Yeah.
So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully when you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad. That's new.
What the hell do you mean by that? Same brain cell! Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely did. He's in a pretty good position right now.
You want to tie me to this crime. Isn't that right, partner?
I mean, yeah.
If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
But the video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. Cameras panning back and forth, and the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. Like someone who's responsible for manning the security camera. Oh. We don't have the time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Alright, let's do it. I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing it. I mean, why would you ever say no, chat? Let's point out Marshall's mistake. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Alright, let's look at the video. Alright, so we covered this already. Alright, we got the man and heading in. The glove falling out. There's the fight. The glove's gone. Wait a second! Wait a minute, Chad. I just saw what it was. See the see? Pay close attention to the other locker right here. Ignore the tumor walking. Except when he gets punched in the face. Enjoy that. Savor that moment. Look! This is his locker. Why is there something here? Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake, I'm afraid. You'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Right there! Yeah, that was clearly just open. The locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. And he stuck the cloth in there and had the cloth so that way he could wipe off his fingerprints.
Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Pretty solid.
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine.
Okay, but fingerprint locks, though?
Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
Because you are. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker? Now prove it!
Only assigned detectives, so there.
A fingerprint sensor?
Hey dude, can I have some of that beef jerky? I mean, chips are okay, but I could really use something meaty. And, well, beef jerky ain't bloody, but I don't know, I just need some junk food right now, man. And beef jerky hits the spot. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
I only got 1 word for you, partner. No!
Alright.
Witness! Witness! Explain yourself! If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olay! Please answer the... Excuse me. Olay! Please answer the question.
What is he now? A bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can? I can help? I don't just have to sit here?
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. I think I know what. Where was he at the time of the crime? Right here! He was the victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here! There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless that man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the scene of the crime. You're really taking his word at face value? Once he saw the man's face, he'd known for sure. May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence, I'm not reading your shit. Of course you have to do it, even in the goddamn flashbacks! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say for this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say. You literally just said that, dude. Also, you have a knife. Right here, in court. Dipshit. Well, Mr. Wright, you have anything that's proving without a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? Uh-oh. He smells blood. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? The video? That'd be what Mia used to tell me. Try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it had been. Trying to make an orgy of evidence to try to dissuade himself. Just flipping shit in the sand. Like throwing a diamond ring in a cow. Oh, excuse me. They're throwing a diamond ring in a field of cows. They gotta wade through miles of shit before they find what they need. And by then it's too late. Which means he didn't originally... He planned to open this locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions.
I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Alright, let's do it again. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. Come on. Alright, we got him. Alright, there's the fight. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Oh shit, I didn't mean to press that. That was my mistake. Alright, partner. Really? Why? So I can stuff you in there. I'm sure the world would be a better place with you sent up to the boneyard. That was my mistake. Yeah, I just pressed the wrong button. I tried to do rewind. Jesus Christ, I don't need the full lowdown, dude. Just let me get back. I know the answer. Oh my god, I have to do this whole goddamn thing. My god. Alright, yeah, I noticed this. I just noticed something, like here, like, right there. We have the... Look at that, chat! That is pretty obvious. There's a big-ass blood stain on a white suit. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. Yeah. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When he asked to show your ID card to him, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all.
I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
Alright. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Huh. Okay. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor at the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright, so now what? Don't have any evidence that really contradict him, so let's just start pushing. Alright, when you say it, you mean...
You even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident. Oh my god, man. Just
Broken judicial systems. They have such bad ramifications, even years later. It's insane. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with transferal all that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over yet. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of the investigation. Why does he care so much about it? His brother! That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like them. Okay. Alright. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If it didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera? And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that's why he's filling out the card. Alright, all the pieces are falling together. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office in his parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Alright. Uh-huh. Couldn't you have just killed him? Yeah, you pulled a knife on him, dude. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type person. Unfortunately, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Don't give it to him. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? No shit, Sherlock. I don't know what to say. I mean, to be fair, I felt the same way when I figured it out. So you knocked out Officer Meekins, and managed to escape. Huh. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day... Uh-huh. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. What? What do you mean by that, dude? Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Oh, shit. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense! Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Based! Phoenix! Absolutely true.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer that I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL. I think I know why. Yeah. It's pretty obvious after I've read this. Your brother is in it, dude. Your brother got murdered by John Undark. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much of the cactus juice, partner.
Okay. Oh, so that wasn't just Avatar. Or that made that up. That's just been a thing. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. Well, we just opened up a wound like... let's see. Come on, I watched Shell and Showdown. I should know. I should be better at these. Looks like we ripped open a wound better than... faster than... Oh, I got it. We just opened up an old wound faster than a fat kid opens up a bag of Oreos. Nailed it. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Excuse me. Neil Marshall?
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
What's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police.
Oh, so that's who that was.
The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark.
I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions.
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me! Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze me. Goddamn you, schmaltzy man. At exactly the same time as the murder, or at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But
there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remain in the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
It seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case.
It seems this trial has come to its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. No, we gotta do something. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was a fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Uh-oh. Yeah, we really kind of fucked ourselves by doing this, didn't we, Phoenix?
Now then, time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Here we go again. Oh. Emma! You're back! Your Honor! Wait! Emma! The defense has an objection! A scientific objection! Right?
what do you mean, Wright?
Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Oh my god. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. Huh? So did you find something? No. Oh, come on, Emma. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. You're 16! Give yourself some credit! Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. Exactly. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright! The traces in the blood are the only clue we have left. If you can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. I think I got out of recent chat. I figured this out.
Me? Oh boy! Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be more of use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever need to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? I figured it out, chat. Could it be something... Yep, I object. I figured this out. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. Please. The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I'm grasping. Grasping this case by its nuts!
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing?
You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yep. Something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. On the evidence here. Question is...
The Badger! I knew it was evil. Oh, hey, Marshall, when'd you get here?
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Did you just figure it out, Pack Waifu? Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So?
So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime.
Well, what?
Ugh! Yeah, gotcha, buddy. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot of the locker.
What? Excuse me. What?
There we go, much better.
So that means, just what exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on the locker. So that must mean this blood mark is for Meekins! Hooray! We can execute him! Or left before the Badger was brought in. Alright. I got happy. Well, oh well.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
Are you kidding me? Are you serious, Judge, after all the shit we've seen? It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. February 21st, the police department's evidence room. Blood was spilled not once, but twice! But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, We had an insane amount, right? Like, there was blood everywhere on the floor. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman while he was really murdered! That's ridiculous! I refuse to accept your absurd claim! Fight, fight, fight! The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that doesn't not explain the blood mark found on the locker. Oh man, they're going back and forth! So, then assuming in this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? We got the ID card.
To summarize, the defense claims that...
Oh my god, I don't need to read this. Blood mark proves it. When did it at first occur? Let's see. One piece of evidence that can show that. It is right over here. Ugh. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card?
Oh! The ID card record. Yep, we got a blank name on the meme slot. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at,
let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40.
Oh!
Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never figured you would have had the nerve, boy. Excuse me, I never figured you would have had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. Not for me, but yeah.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's one other card here. There are number remaining 7777777.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait!
But wait! That doesn't make sense! How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went inside with 7777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP! Find out whose ID number is 7777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 77777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. I got a feeling who it is. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous! Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
Which ain't gonna happen 'cause corruption. God, I love politics. An official charge.
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yeah?
Yes.
No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her ID number. And it's not 777777.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Uh-oh.
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Uh-oh.
Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't! I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is.
Oh, wow. That's dirty.
We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
You sent him to his death! That's monstrous!
But Lana!
Forging, oh my god. She sent his brother to his death so they could get the evidence they needed. Oh my god, that's deplorable, dude. Holy shit. Is that... There's no way that can be it, right? Am I going too far? See? That's what I'm talking about.
No.
No! Oh wow, everyone's going nuts. Lana's remark caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Holy shit! That's insane! Again, fuck Meekins, but that ending, holy shit, dude! Okay, I don't give a shit if it's 1 a.m. where I'm at. I'm still going.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
It's so late, it's early for me. Time zones are do be like that.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What the fuck are you talking about now?
What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marsh. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what do you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered,
Joe Dark tried to kill... Oh... That's so dark!
So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah, I didn't either, Phoenix. I did not either. Yeah, we need to talk about this. It happened 2 years ago. Right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. She was 14 when this happened, too. My God. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Joe Dark tried to take me a hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. I saw then burn a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Alright, what happened after the... You know, I need to know the permanent picture now. What you see in the instant the crime occurred. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Stabbed right in front of this poor girl. My God. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Oh, man. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. Huh? I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, he must have been 14. It's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. So what happened after the incident? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it.
I think that's why he screamed earlier.
He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true that we may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What's puzzling you, dude? Lana's office. We're in Lana's office at the time? Why would a serial killer come running in there? Good point. Only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? There's no mystery there. How so? He was taken in for questioning by the police. Alright. Tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into your sister's office. Why did he run over to your sister's office specifically? Because the detective offices in questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Say what? She was the best in the entire force. What? That seems pretty new. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made a chief prosecutor. Huh. Well, we know where to go now. My body is beginning to creak and ache, but I'll soldier on. Hey. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on those details? Especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. There we go. There's the sad courtroom music. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case was largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana! I don't understand! Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation and lead was excuse me. That means the investigation lead was Damon and Gann, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, and the same investigations.
We even had the same office. Spicy.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, and whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma.
How do you have a knife on him in questioning?
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight into the office shared by Deputy Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run onto the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark.
Oh.
When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies?
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her after all. Her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
So, yep, you were member of the police force. I feel like we covered this.
Yeah, we just did.
Uh-huh.
He was...
Alright, and you're everything you're aspired to be. Okay. Yep. Yeah, now you're chief prosecutor. How'd that happen?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Kent's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more of the investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh?
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But the case was solved 2 years ago!
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office of Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office.
Alright. Off we go. I guess the criminal affairs department? Yeah. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. Chief of Detectives looks the same, though. Why don't we look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. What up, Chief?
What? Dark case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along.
I never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. Okay, so, what? Alright.
Oh, shit!
Howdy. Howdy, Bambina. Sorry. Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought that things turned out this way when I woke up this morning.
Que sera, sera. You never know. Oh, where life will lead you. Hey, Bambina.
I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
Okay, thank you. Ooh, less to worry about. But, Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know what the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in,
Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us what exactly happened?
looks like I won't be getting that steak lunch today. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning.
Oh, man. Alright. I have now acquired another bag of chips. The burning sensation will keep me sturdy and awake.
It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy? Was Levy involved?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
You mean the switchblade with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
What question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
Meaning?
It means there is a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Concealed with forged evidence.
That case left behind scars on all of us.
Alright. What about your brother?
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
King of Prosecutors?
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Must have been really close with his brother. Wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
And someone tried to stop you. Let's talk about these scars.
There was something going on behind the scenes of that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of.
As in fired or demoted?
Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough to not be too obvious.
They? What are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
Yeah, what about... Yeah, those two are a power couple, so tell me about them.
The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Excuse me, after... I'm not reading it twice.
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left.
Huh?
Everyone knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Scott was totally different when she was a detective.
No. What happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
We gotta do something about that.
So, there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in the court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I want to even be a patrolman after today.
Damn. Just pounding that down like you don't even give a fuck. Good stuff, man.
Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Adios, cowpoke. Well, can we go in now?
Today it's deserted.
Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you look for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks? With the chief prosecutor saying what she did, and the decision about what to do. Ooh, about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention her statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Someone hasn't experienced a Black Friday. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Fuck you. Don't do what you tell. What the fuck? What is... Okay, this is beyond opulent. This is ridiculous, man. Who does he think he is? The goddamn Phantom of the Opera? I guess that's where his theme music comes from.
Whoa, where am I?
Chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Spock. Uh-oh. I never could remember where the sea was.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading on his desk.
So, Righto, have you been swimming lately?
Kinda busy lately, actually.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's conduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
"2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies." See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So, this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it's the giant blade right there. Ooh.
Anyway, I like to reminisce this all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh? But this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search his room, search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
Alright.
You mean, like, a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Alright, I don't see any other options. Let's go back in. And the telltale sign that we are making progress. Chad, can you give me like 5 minutes for a quick BRB? I need to get up and stretch my legs. I've been in here for nearly 7.5 hours. I need to get up and move a bit. I'll be right back. Okay, I got up, and despite me looking at my bed, I still don't feel tired. Let's keep going. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! Are you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I'm sitting so long? Oh my god! The timing! Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Alright. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Dude's getting roasted on both sides, man. I do not envy his position. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Not me. Even as a vampire, I know the man needs a break. Though he probably has some high-quality shit flowing through his veins. Yikes. Alright, bud. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like you knew the evidence was forged. Well, this guy is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, and there's the rumors yet again. Now this. Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. True. Hey, Dick! Keep up with the good work. Yes, sir! Let's go out for lunch again sometime. What treat? Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir! Seems you don't have any problem with it. Seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. So what about the SL9 incident? I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Yeah, he's definitely concerned, man. Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. You mean when he killed the prosecutor? Yep. Some girl, me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left at the most incriminating evidence of all. A body! What was it? Let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written in somewhere in here, okay? Show him the murder weapon? Alright, first things first, let's check out Dark's crimes. 42 at the time of the crime. He was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? He probably just went postal, dude. One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. Yeah. You have your first time, and then you get addicted to the thrill of the kill. Trust me, I know. An animal? Oh, shit. As well. I read over that, but he killed a man who saw him, he killed a kid that came nearby, and he also killed a jogger. He killed 4 people. And then he turned himself in, though. What? Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in, yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
Prime. Uh-huh. So, it's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Yep. Well, let's show him the knife. Where is it? Wait, hold on. Where is the knife? Oh, here it is. Hey! Is that? It has the tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Let's do it. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed them using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Let me have my revelation moments, it's little lady. I don't get many of these, please. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. Inside the Marshall? That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Yeah. Wow. I gave a stupid answer and it was correct. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet! Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Huh. Alright. Interesting. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. Did you get those $50? Yeah. Can I borrow it from you? No. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. If the chief's out now, and his office is locked. But I'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Yeah, that's a no bueno. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. Now, how about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Smart. Alright, fair enough. At least they're being diligent about this. And Gumshoe's the only chance, huh? I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. I don't think I have anything on me just yet. Yeah, I don't think I... Well, there is one thing that's bothering me now, chat. What's Edgeworth up to? No one's here today. Not even Miss Star. Yep, looking for what's going down. No, there's no evidence of the murder room. Yep. Yeah, but yeah, no, you're just kind of summarizing what we already saw. Anyway.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here? You're sure quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation at me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Forged evidence.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used the false evidence to attain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down into. And nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep up this kind of emotion bottled up. You up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that the case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Oh yeah, no kidding. Compared to what I got this case, goddamn. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
Oh, yeah, we do have a picture, but let's talk about this too. Could you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I've had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. Not like the No Man's Sky crew. I finished up at the office in the morning and then drove over to the police department. Alright, chat. I'm feeling a little bit tired, so I don't know if we should, just have to continue this tomorrow or something like that. I'm sorry. Or more caffeine. Don't be surprised if the stream tomorrow is delayed. I'm gonna sleep like I died again. And once this is over. Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
The screwdriver.
Oh yeah, Chief came and told you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. Uh-huh. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right.
Okay, now let's show him the picture. Soon enough, we're gonna run out of storage space. This picture was hanging on the wall in Gant's office. Excuse me. Oh, fuck! I had a gasp reverberation and it almost took me out, chat. But, dude! The pot! The pot's in the background! That's another holy shit! Prosecutor Near Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken and when he received the King Prosecutor's Trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different from yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was when the official prosecutor's trophy looked like 2 years until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Oh, right. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the reward is based on. Oh, I get it. You make it a shield because it's, you're not defending people, you're taking them out. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? You know, for, Emma's sake. Phoenix, you're an infant. Anyway. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of the items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Huh, neat. Unstoppable force and immovable object. You got that right. Oh, I see. So a chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters and pursue their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, why are you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Huh, interesting. Now, what up with that ball? Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Isn't that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's gonna fall to the ground! Huh? Anything? You don't believe me, do you? So, have you seen the latest Steel Samurai box set? Oh my goodness! It looks rather well done. Interesting for a collector, but, you know, maybe a child would not be able to properly appreciate it. So, I was thinking of going out to grab one. Let me first see what the girl's doing crawling around at my feet.
He didn't even look.
What? Letter...
Oh no. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation.
Oh no, dude! Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault!
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright! Please, you have to do something!
Huh. Edgeworth discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. You don't want to talk about it. Well, bye, Itchy Poo. Don't worry, buddy. We'll clear this up. I hope. Excuse me? Oh, fucking hell. You now? Would either of you care for a quarter pounder of roast beef? Oh, never mind. You're speaking my language now. The Star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nip. Uh-huh. That person's going on in the annals of history, whoever they may be. Alright. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence of the case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? Instant Lana stab, yep. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. The Star's hatred towards Lana. Yep, 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Saw baby cows drinking the milk? Probably. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. Because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana? It was Lana Sky. I matched it a little too hard. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Alright, what about them? Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. What? Yep. Solved all kinds of cases, like the mystery of my willpower to keep streaming. 8+ hours. Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Oh. Forgeries.
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr, that's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to Prosecutor's office and became Chief Prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Being transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Yeah, Gant, even as a deputy, he seemed to be really strong. Yep. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. But there was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. Oh. By putting the chief prosecutor in his pocket, he could do whatever the hell he wanted as the chief of police. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. And by doing that, he could forge whatever evidence he needed, solve whatever crimes he wanted, and make any other case that may have involved him or anyone else he had an interest in disappear. Holy shit. That must have been his goal all along. But how can he control Lana? I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. Yeah, I kinda hated you at first, but... you actually grew a bit on me. You got a lot more going for you than, oh, dumb shit, dumb shit, dumb shit. No. You listen to me, rookie. I hate when you still call me that. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Alright. Well, thanks for that. Alright, well, I'm out of leads, but I got an idea, chat. Gumshoe loves Edgeworth, right? So... Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ! You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Yeah, I was about to say. Good ol'.
A good old DJ got him in the house! God damn.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
Uh-huh. There's gotta be something we can do to make him change his mind.
Hey, Gumshoe, look. I know you. I can't do anything to, like, risk your livelihood, man. You've always been good, and you have saved my life a few times. But this isn't about my life anymore, too, dude. It's about Lana's life, it's about Aunt Emma's life, and Edgeworth's life. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I made up my mind.
But,
here, take my ID card.
we can't do that. Dude, if someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. Oh, man. So, at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake! Gumshoe, you're a real one, dude. You're a real goddamn homie. Alright. Alright, let's do this, chat. To the office.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
We're in! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Ah! Slap. Yet again. Sorry, I thought you were... we already established hitting ghosts was a bad idea, bud. Are you serious, Phoenix? What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So, I came too. Here, what's the point of us giving you... What's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! That's a little childish, Phoenix. Anyway, what's up? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Alright, what you gotta say, my man? Desk on your side, on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Drunk man's words are a sober man's thoughts. No one ever touched the desk? No one except Chief Gant! And the cleaning lady who was in there each morning. Give the dog lots of loves and noms, pack waifu. 2 years have passed since the incident. Can't possibly get any clues from Renee. What about the chief himself? Can I ask you something? You only came here because... to look around, right? Because of one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, right? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. Nah, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to be start bothering you, pal! Reverse psychology. You just don't let it go at that. Sorry. It's starting to get on my nerves. So what's bugging you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? Oh yeah, easily. We had a whole bunch of brand new characters, and he's the last one that hasn't taken the stand yet. Well, I mean, he did, but you know what I mean. What? He's right. I ain't Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best if I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Dude, I'm just thinking. Anyway. This, well, what's the... It's a real thing, huh? First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Based! That's the most base thing you've said at this entire run, Aunt Emma. You don't have any taxes to pay. Oh yeah, that's true. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in the armor as we speak. Yeah, I don't think you fit in there. And I don't think he's a Scooby-Doo villain in Phoenix. Even if he did, you'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out! You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Alright, this seems like the most important thing. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like the code needs to be entered or this panel. 7-digit number. Wait a minute. You want to try my birthday? It's... yeah. Yeah, no. This is pretty simple. Each knee. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's a crapshoot and a half if I've ever seen one. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 77777. The final ID card on the number, or on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. The Chief's Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Well, may as well. We went to this. Is there any money in it? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's Oh, I see what this is. I know exactly where that's from. Something else, what? Oh, leather cloth with fingerprints. Yep. Saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in it? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth and piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Fair enough. Now I have to prove their relevancy to them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can do to show the detective. Alright, I got an idea. Alright, first things first. What the jaw doing? There. Present. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. Yesterday, that is. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, the fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? That one! That was in the safe. Now that you mentioned it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Let's do it. Here's some glue. Let's do it. Yep. Complete jar. Fits like a charm. This of course means Chief Kent willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed the piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. How so? Wait, what? There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood! It's blood! I don't get it. Why would Chief Kent hide this in his safe? Huh. Yeah, it's completely Ibarra or before, so what's up with the blood? And I assume for the cloth we just gotta show him the thingy, right? Yeah, we gotta show him our, let's show him our fingerprint setting, and now we can just dust the cloth. Hey, I know that. What, you wanna take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Goddamn, dude. Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints you want to take. Maybe it's attempted writing? True. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Let's see. Right? Know the deal. What do you... Phoenix is the way I feel about it. What are you, my mom? Alright. Let's start with the middle finger. Powder, 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 powder. A lot of powder. Oh, we need a bit more powder. Just a bit. Oh, we need to lay that shit on thick. We need to lay that shit on thick. Lay that shit on thick. Yeah. There we go. Let's see here. Who does this match? Obviously, don't care. Don't care. Oh, damn it. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Dude. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the fingerprints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought it'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the its prints doing on the inside of the chief's safe? Don't ask me! Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Gumshoe, I know that look. Don't gum it up, man. Just be chill. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. See? There you go. Good lad. Alright, was there something here? Oh yeah, he left like a thingy, right? Paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as... Yeah, we talked about this before. Look at the case name. Is it the SL9 incident? Yep. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. Holy shit. We gotta combine the two of them. They split it in two. I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. This part is all we got, but I believe Edgeworth will have it in court, so we can combine the two later, right? Well, was I any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Uh-oh. No, that's... that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Ah! Chief Cat! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. Perfect timing. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir! Sorry. Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Oh. Now get out! Yes, sir! We'll be on our way too, then. Wait! You! The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'm not leaving you alone with her. No way, no how. I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright! Why am I leaving her alone? Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. What'd you guys even find out? That he was hiding hard evidence, and for some reason, Emma's fingerprints are being held in a safe, too. So Emma's fingerprints are involved in the case. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it! Now that they've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal! After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her oh no. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh no.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to do everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. Alright.
I believe I've already told you all I can.
What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is who's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous.
Huh?
It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
I prefer the term headstrong. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of her story. Why you been keeping quiet?
I have to admit I was a little more than perplexed at first.
You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm so frightened of. What's this person's name?
Obviously Damon Gant. Percent. Take that!
Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course. These are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only person who could have tampered with the evidence was
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you. But also, one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsifies the evidence in that case.
Right here, baby. I just found this in the safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth.
Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident.
The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Gee.
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. What do you mean? Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Oh, to cover it up. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Alright, that explains why she's so headstrong about that. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case. It was 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want to have it opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. That's right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Oh? It's Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke with him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. Yep, and that's why he did that, huh? Yep, everything is coming together. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Makes sense. Okay, but why? Why are you doing all of this? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lon on his demons. I gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what I went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Oh my god, chat. 2:30 in the morning. I'ma still go. Because I have lost control all of my self sense of, what do you call? Sense of self-preservation. Let's just keep going. What, do you think I'm gonna have this be just one little stream next week? Hell no. I said finale and I meant it. This is the defendant lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. Been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, Edgeworth. No, sorry. Wrong type of posh. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777-777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Yep, looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and the Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to this SL9 incident. Don't be stupid! Today's the last day of the trial! We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. Huh? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what a Chief Gan has on her, it's now! Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal. Oh, fuck. What the? He just appeared like a goddamn boo! Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, OG. Been back to the pool yet? What is your obsession with swimming? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I could top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh god.
What's all this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No! Lana!
Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me sideways.
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Nah, no shit, man! What the hell are you doing, Lana? Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening! It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant... Big, hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Whoa! Edgeworth!
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
Here comes the grease. I feel like the look on his face, just thinking, I think I'd rather be a naughty boy for once in my life. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request her, as the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye.
Sigma State! I don't give a fuck! You are gonna be proven innocent whether you like it or not, bitch!
The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's gaze from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Holy fuck, dude.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Oh man, Emma. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember the trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Okay!
God damn it! I predicted it exactly!
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
This is going nutty.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Alright. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Wait, but we got a picture of the knife in the back, don't we?
It's a good thing you aren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
You're one to talk, Phoenix. You kind of been bluffing a lot with some of these trials, but it worked out. So, let's go. Let's go with the cross-examination. So, what are you talking about with never forgot? Yeah, what are you talking about? Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That's the sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Victim, let's hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Yep, she did talk about that before. Have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. What'd you draw? I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
It's time to bring it up. His list? DC70, thank you for the follow. Here it comes. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. God, these two are just dancing around it, man. Also, hey, Trey. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! And also, hey, Day.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident?
Yeah, huh. Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it...
Ah! What's this?
Whoa.
Yes. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Boy, what's going on? I've been streaming for nearly 9 hours and I'm probably gonna go on 10. It is almost 3 a.m. where I'm at and I am going hard.
These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they're torn apart from each other.
Not 8, 9 hours, dude. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in this case ever reached you.
What?
What?
Order! Order! But, Miss Guy, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Oh, 8, I gotcha. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Huh? Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. I feel like Edgeworth's overacting, like he's pretending to be shocked at this point. Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. The goddamn badger? I knew that thing was cursed! Yep. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Alright, we got the whole list now. Oh boy.
Very well. Witness, will you please testify this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She probably got gaslit and threatened by, Gant. Because you left her alone with him like an idiot. She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Yeah? Alright. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Alright.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Chief. I think we got something we need to talk about. Which would be... in the back. From the back!
Objection!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy? I'm pretty sure it's the weapon? What is the deal with that? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was conclusive. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved John Jock was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see the problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound in the back. Yep, snap. One bone. If the victim was stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken! Oh! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body.
If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
Oh my god, so much. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the victim's memory was mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure if she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. She was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation.
Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence.
You're treading on thin ice, Wright?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No.
Ah! Order! 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 Are you saying that the investigation was really corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place at the day of the murder. Police Department and the Prosecutor's Office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King and Prosecutor's Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon and Gant. Ow. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could it have been one?
Yeah, there is one.
If the witness is adamant about his accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder, so there's only one way.
It is within the photo. Because of the other trophy. That's why they're discontinued.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past.
Right here inside this picture.
This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! What is it? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
There it is. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be! Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutor award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising his knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marsh. Oh. Oh, that's no good. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump the gun to conclusions. Wait, what? Who's saying hold it? Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with the pictures scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. What the hell? At this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we add this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Alright. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I saw his shadow. He's a badger, not a groundhog. This certainly is most unusual. Try impossible! The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh! Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further! Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to my crime! Why can't you leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come to this far. It's too late to turn back. I feel like she's trying her hardest to protect Emma. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting into the core of the matter. Wait a minute. I think I know something that looks similar to the badger. Because it's obviously, this is the poignant part, right? So we got like these three little prongs here, right? What about this? And the bloodstains. It's gotta be something like this, right? The mysterious blue badger was in fact this! But that's...
What exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain old jar. However,
What if we were to change our viewpoint? What if we were to put something within this jar? What if we were to put our fluids in the jar as well?
Mr. Wright, you're terrifying the courtroom. And speaking of enlightenment, now let me show you some enlightenment right here. Alright, gotta show them the correct angle for this. Alright. Okay. Huh? Like... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it would be, like, more here? No. No, not like this. Something like this, maybe? Obviously, it's not from the side, but maybe... Uh-huh. I think it's something like here. The jar's the top of the head? But then, how would you get, like, the other things? Like, it was completely circular. There was, like, no length, so it has to be like this. I think it was something on the lines of this. Or, wait a minute. Maybe like this? Maybe like this? Yep, no. Yep. Okay, at the very least, I'm not taking any damage from that. I'm gonna go with my original guess of, like, this. Nope, that's not it. Someone's lifting it over its head, right. Wait a minute. I think I had the right idea with this part, I just didn't put it on correctly. Like this? Not like this. Nope, that's not it either. Huh, wow. Wait a minute. Alright, this is gonna be a tough one. Wait a minute. We need to have it with, like... maybe something like this? Wait a minute. Maybe? Here? No, goddamn. 3 a.m. brain is kicking in. Like that, but with the bottom of the jar sticking up. Oh, right. Think of it like this. Yeah, let's ignore this part. I think we need to ignore this part. Wait a minute. I think I just stumbled upon it. Like this, chat? Wait a minute. Like this? Nope, that wasn't it. Wait, I had it before. Hold on a second. Alright, now you gotta help me with this. Like, this? Upside down? And like this.
is we got the fat head and we just tilt it up, right? Like maybe like this? No, wait. We do it upside down. No, wait a minute. No. I think I almost had it. Like this, right? Yeah, like this right here. Alright. Holy shit, man, this is rough. Man, this is like a shadow puzzle. And this music is not helping. Wait a minute. I think I had it right the first time. Like, just need to... like this? Why is this not helping? Holy shit, chat. This is getting insane. Alright, come on. We got this, man. We gotta have this at some point. Alright. I think I got it. Let's try rotating it first. No, no. I'm not gonna use my mouse this time. I'm only using the... oh, I had the run key. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, this time I'm gonna only use the keys. Maybe, like, the mouse is, like, screwing up the case. Alright, so... not like that. Not like that. No. No. Alright. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god, chat. This is getting insane. Maybe? I don't know. Alright. Alright, rotate it. Alright. Now? Why is this so fucking hard? This is getting ridiculous, dude. This is insanely difficult. Alright, so perfectly centered now, right? Maybe this feels like the right one, right? Why is this not happening? Like, I'm... okay. Like this, maybe? Alright, like this. Finally! Got it! God damn! Well, is this a miracle or what? No shit, man. God damn it, that was ridiculous.
No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. Or it was just finicky. Yep, one or the other.
No. It can't be! Ah, man, I skipped over Edgeworth freak out. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So the Badger thing was actually just the jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed?
Very well. Please tell us. What's different now that we know, oh, the witness saw this jar?
The location?
Yeah, the location.
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. This little girl is a liar. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Other than implicating someone else? I don't know.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he would have gone through the trouble. Good morning, good evening. It's almost 3. It's a quarter after 3 a.m. for me, and I'm doing this still. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Figured it out. That's why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. You got that right. 9 hours. What the hell else 10 hours gonna make? Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have had to have been the impact the man made when he knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. If I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf that the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. I knew that suit of armor was going to come into play. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding a King Prosecutor's trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Come on, Nick. We're almost at 10 hours, man. Both of us can do this. We're almost done.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place, as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man and Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Yep. Stage fatality. Bum 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 bum.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
Oh. No wonder Lana was trying to, like, cover this shit up. She was protecting her sister. No! Oh. Poor girl. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So was the witness who took the victim's life. Nice. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Lana's doing her best.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. There's a reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body. It was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would prove difficult, to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on her testimony. Excuse me.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Not without Amaya. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible!
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name on that victim may have been left behind. It's in the evidence. I mean, it's gotta be, right? This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer?
This is dark.
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is to not accuse Emma of any crime.
There's only one thing we seek. The truth. Yeah, well, it's still manslaughter, Pack Waifu.
No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the evidence.
The pot clearly has a message that was erased, right? This is the message left by the deceased.
Is that Blue Badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Yeah, even Edgeworth knows this thing is cursed. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. And it looks as if someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood of some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here. Drawn in blood.
So what you're saying
Is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments of life I've left to him to leave behind a message.
one that someone apparently wiped away.
But blood must have seeped into the jar when the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect the points. And this victim's message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe the bloodstains will reveal the answer. Connect them to make letters. Only one thing the victim... Wait, it's got a big M, right? Wait, hold on, let me check her name again. Profiles. Oh, no, wait, yeah, I got it. Wait, what? Oh, what? Oh, there we go. I see. You just click 1 point, then 1 point, 1 point, then 1 point, 1 point, then 1 point. Well, I guess that counts. That's good enough. Wah. And wah. Emma Stone! It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why I've been thinking about all I'm thinking about is saving Lana. But we gotta sell my other goober up the river to do it! Alright. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Ooh. See, Worthy? See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. You evil son of a bitch. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in this case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Oh. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence of forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Oh my god, that bastard! Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued right now, because I refuse to go to bed at this point.
I am unhinged. Eh. I didn't expect it to go that way, though. That's insane. Here we go. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Oh, hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Bruh. Again, your timing is impeccable as always, Gumshoe.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Bye, dude.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making it, this repeated as last time.
Call me here.
Yeah, you're saying it again, dude. Lana's having you run errands? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal.
Here, she asked me to give you this if there is a break in today's trial. It's got a little bird on it. That's cute.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Alright, rules of evidence law. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him?
I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Alright, give me a minute. Doesn't look like this book will do you any good now, though. Give me a second, and there, Chief. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence present and must be relevant to the case on trial. Alright, anyway. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility is all but ruined, and with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Skies found out she was unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're already 6 feet under the ground. What's another couple inches?
You gotta be kidding me, pal!
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't mention... and Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Here we go. Court will now reconvene in the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. What a fucking Chad, dude. Taking that shit with a bow and a smile on his face. Yes, well... Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? Oh, yeah! You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that! It's just everyone else! It's just... I didn't even read that line and, yep, still reading. Still guessing it. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial! Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Defense calls... Gumshoe! Of course Gumshoe will figure it all out. But we all know who it is. This smug prick. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Oh, there we go. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What's this? What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch!
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation!
So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine.
My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up the SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There's still some things unaccounted for.
Ooh.
Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, you're either very brave or very foolish.
I'm both, bitch. I'm stupid and courageous. Ultimate combo! Can't do nothing to that!
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example.
I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
Oh, fuck.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Oh! That's not a get-out-of-jail-free card if I've ever saw one. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial.
Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony.
The SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day.
To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark Ark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Ugh.
It looks like you just got stabbed in the kidney rather than anything like really fatal. That's a bad way to go.
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Drake bumped his head.
I see.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Actually, we got pretty decisive evidence that he has something to do with the forgery because he kept a shard of the pot to himself, right? Yeah, like he literally had this hidden in his safe. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Huh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me?
Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. He can just blame me. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so, too.
Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy.
Not even detectives are exempt from the law.
Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Uh-huh.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list.
For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You understand that I am chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. You know, like, the difference between Von Karma and this guy is that he, Like, Von Karma says it with a smile on his face out of sadism. This guy has it with a smile on his face out of sheer arrogance. He just knows he's untouchable, and he's just flaunting it, and it is, it's grimy. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Uji. In return, though. I know. That place, right. Huh? Where are these guys? What are these guys? Telepathic? Alright, I don't really see anything I can just push off yet, so we need to... Why would I do that? I feel like he can explain away a lot of this shit, right? What is the last thing? Really, Chief Gamp. At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That will, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That, in and of itself, is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Uchi, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. What do you mean by that? Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. At least he's admitting he's a self-centered prick. That girl. Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Sociopathic? You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yeah. Someone he could abuse. True, you might not help anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Sure. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is the person you believe Chief Kent may have helped to forge evidence? Easy. It's Lana. Dude has her in pocket. And with the evidence of her sister's involvement in the murder, he could just hold that over her head at any point and be like, I need this person to disappear. It would make a great headline, but the SL9 incident being redone and Edgeworth and your sister going to jail. Oh, it would be such a shame. Fucking slime. Chief Prosecutor. Yep. I believe it's quite obvious in light of circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? Excuse me, self-profit? What do you mean? Yeah, she changed after that case. Exactly, Pac. After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor of the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But, how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Judge, do you need a coffee, buddy? Do you need a nap? You're acting crazy. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Hey, never mind. Okay, never mind. At least he got it instantly. Admit it, Chief! You assisted in Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you can control her! Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, all this amounts to is nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the original case that got us all here. It's too late to protect Emma anymore? Who knows what might happen, Pac Waifu, who knows? The murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy. You'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Like, the way he threatens people is it's just unnerving, dude. Or he's not over the top. He's just very realistic and courteous about it, and that's just so creepy. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order again! And he is screaming it out loud. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious! Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That impossible! Probable, actually. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That Chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in the murder? Yeah, the, checklist, right? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is, Is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright has got. And it better be good! Show us the evidence.
Where's it at, though? Is that it? Yeah, the ID card record. And... this one.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777.
Sorry, but there's no way that you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number. Chad style Phoenix, nah, it is.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits.
You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77777777. It's the same as the remaining ID card or number on that list. Chief Gant! Oh, we got him sweating! You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime! Wait.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? What about it?
I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone,
as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be?
I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence.
What would that be? Only be submitted to the chief of police. Found it! Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way for the murderer and detective. There's no other way that the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered that room.
Hold on.
Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor old Goodman. Yep, exactly. But wait! But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Oh! Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body! No! We brought the wrath of God down on him. Holy shit! Chief Gant, you didn't! The murderer was most likely a spur-of-the-moment and crime, for no one in their right mind would choose to use the police station as a place to commit murder. That visual was wild? Hell yeah, it was. It's so fitting, though. After the murder, we contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take care of this here dead body. Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. Useless clue? Yeah? Wait a minute. Something we haven't used, period. Oh my fucking god. This shows how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me you wanted me to keep it here for the prospector's office. Excuse me, the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car! Oh, shit, smart. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport this evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye! Order! Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Mr. Stark took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It's exactly the opposite.
It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please, say something! I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse who's to testify. I'm invoking that right now. You fucking scumbag. You cheating bastard! What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is current chief police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made this guy dispose of his body? Oh shit. Oops. Gotta watch that. My mind's racing, chat, but... stop with the glove. I don't think we have proof, dude. We don't have proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Sometimes you gotta know when to throw in the towel. Huh. See, Uchi? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble on what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. No. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Wah! Huh? Wait, what? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lana! That's right! We never actually had her on the stand. In the absence of conclusive evidence, there is only one other method and a proof of his testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Lana! Lana! Lana. Hello, Tinker. Nice to meet you. I am on 10 hours of streaming, and I am exhausted, but I shall keep going. Yes, the defendant. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st.
Her task? Dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Offer your assistance and Maki for making Uber fan. Whatever. Well, here's the thing. Well, Tinker, you can't be making fun of me because I am on... no hours of sleep, and it's about to be an all-nighter. So I got a perfectly valid excuse for my dubious actions.
Right, recess. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene and hear the defendant's testimony. Court is now...
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Gan, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
Intimidating a witness. Wow.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty
For Neil
L. Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about.
Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. He threatened a witness in the courtroom.
Yep. Even the judge is freaked out. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court will now court is now in recess.
Let's make sure my throat's not burning. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe! I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, that was my B. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office! My office? Sure! I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? The goober! Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? Because he literally writes the rule books to be in his favor? Probably. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. We gotta get those risks. What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Hey! Emma, you're okay! Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she had changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame everyone, blame society, pal. It's just like, just like Potemkin. Blame society. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone with his forgery,
But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. And this helps how? Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Yes. To be continued? No. Well, yes, it is to be continued.
Right here, right now. I just need myself my usual motivation. Let's get to it. Alright, come on. Give me my motivation.
そうか。
I'm ready. Yeah, that is a true case. That is an option, waifu. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know that everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Aww.
Now then,
your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Tinker MTG, thank you for the follow. Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means the Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you gotta help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like this, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, there's no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. So, we gotta talk about her rearranging the body, right? Yeah, what are you talking about with that? You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife stuck in the victim's body.
What?
But Prosecutor Usher Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life.
Oh, she's trying to fake it so she made it her.
Oh my god. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Drake was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All this to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke the tip of the dagger of the knife and planted it inside the wound, then moved the body.
That doesn't even make sense.
You planted a knife tip in his wound, and you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why'd you move the body?
When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk.
Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this more in detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar shattered during the event and threatened my plan.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. You literally said, like the shattered pieces, but it wasn't shattered beforehand, dude. How the hell did that happen?
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "Pieces of the jar that shattered during events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really.
You see, a message written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so.
And this is where the contradiction lies.
She's like so tied up with trying to figure out a way to get her sister out of this that she's slipping up.
In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar!
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems as you're as in... Whew! Come on, Necro. You can do this. We gotta be almost done. Come on, man. It seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive to the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Okay, jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay, you're sure you got them all, but wait a minute. No. Oh, Dark, Gant has a piece, so that's a big contradiction, right? I mean, where's that? Yeah, like, Gant had a piece of the jar in his safe, so therefore, she must have given one away, or at least left one there for him. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you are unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor marshal was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on that scene. Chief Gant was there before you.
Oh, hell yeah.
And he took that piece to manipulate. Oh my god.
But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along.
Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? And I mean, I also made the mistake of thinking this would be like a 6-hour case, and it's gonna be going on 11 hours now. Thank God I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I'm really trucking along. I'm doing my best. I feel like if I stop, I'm just going to, like, collapse.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
Oh? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No!
Wow, even he had a big... Wow, even the judge has a freak out.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the scene of the crime prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. And he purposely hid the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Yes, that was Fist of the North Star. Kenshiro is my motivational man. Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister, Emma, was killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became Chief's puppet. Oh damn, she bit her and then up. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute.
one last flash synchronization of the neurons, eh, Phoenix? Alright, Nick, what do you got? What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Oh my god, this is some 5D chess right here. Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? Excuse me, what do you mean, right?
So, do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky,
Please testify once more.
but
If evidence was fabricated behind your back,
then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But, I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't.
there's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
This cross-examination may not change a thing.
However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it.
Uh-huh.
But if all it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof.
Wait, what?
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
Oh, I know where it is. It's obviously the book.
She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I said she gave it to you this morning, right?
Yeah, I know it, dude. Check the evidence, though. There it is! Hey, there's a picture here. Yep.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
There we go.
Mr. Wright! That piece he's cut out from the vest. Could it be
The cloth that was found inside the Chief Gant's safe.
alright?
What's this? Oh, uh-oh. This is gonna be bad. Oh yeah, the handprint that proves she wiped them away.
That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Severed fingerprints, those must be the real murderer.
Uh-oh. They're hers. Oh, shit.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? 'Cause I'm gonna have to indict you again. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. Excuse me, you already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Yeah, it's true. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? You just got struck by lightning, dude. I believe you are. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse? Righto. Oh, man. This ain't twisting the knife. This is making the knife do a 360 in my ribs. Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Oh, this sucks ass, bro! If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm assured to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, possess it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Which is why I'm gonna save now, so I don't have to do this shit again. Alright. Friendship over the rules. Friendship over the rules. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence it's present at this time. What? What? You lie. Chief Gant? Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? You found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Oh, it's going to get a lot bigger. Oh, dumbass. Oh, you just fucked yourself. And now, alright, we got him to fuck himself. Now, we're gonna make him gape. But first, we gotta figure this out. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her. This isn't really a testification, it's something else.
I knew Lana.
This is more of admission of guilt, if anything.
If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky.
Yeah, exactly, Tinker. A difference between admission and testimony.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant that knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those 2 items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make the police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Edmund's name. I didn't expect Lana to go ahead and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say that you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Rhino. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have just shown it before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess this up, victory is mine. Alright. Got no choice. I gotta show it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. And it's obviously the piece of cloth, right? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must be a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence! Oh. You're as slow on the uptick as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. Sorry, Emma. Should be
What? What the fuck are you planning, Phoenix?
Emma?
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why didn't you tell me? Excuse me, that was a... Why didn't you tell me?
Oh! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Hold it! How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along. You acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy!
Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted.
I'll have your badge, boy!
I'm gonna have your ass, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
No.
But you're about to catch mine.
Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is!
Mr. Wright! This piece of cloth! What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, you see evidence that contradicts this cloth! So, I think I just figured this out, dude. So, Emma pushed him, passed out, and then ripped off a chunk of the thing. How?
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of the vest was cut out?
Yes. Your shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
It's clean!
Wait.
There's no blood on it.
Oh!
There we go, that's a better one. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth,
There's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time!
No, this is nonsense!
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armorer's sword? Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on a jar with the victim's blood. A jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it! Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer!
No!
It's finally all over. Wait. Oh, come on. Now what, you dick? Oh, come on, you sad, pathetic, parasite. Just give it up.
Oh, that was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Oh?
Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, old Wright said here can unseal that piece of cloth.
So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Oh God. Oh, my throat. Whew. Let's see.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair!
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Oh, man. It seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of evidence?
I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Edgy! Don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't believe...
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not...
Well, there's only one thing that can truly prove this. And it's right here.
The smoking gun. The Deus Ex Machina. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but you can recall when was that picture... But can you recall when that picture was presented?
That was shown
Only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Yeah. Finally!
To quote Sadler, "Writhe in my cage of torment, friend."
No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who could who that could be. Damon Gant! The killer was you! Hello? I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Excuse me.
Please, you gotta help me.
Sorry, holy shit. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. Oh shit. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many unanswered questions. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all of this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. During the final breakdown, Gant clapped once every other frame, or in time, 30 times a second. His hands gotta be destroyed after that. They gotta be looking like mine. They used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Ugh. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How'd you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth ever came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend! I'm sorry too, Damon. Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. In a great franchise. Lana, you're not guilty! There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. Huh? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Aww. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky? And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Hmm? You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Edgy Poo, you're acting too hard, man. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice.
All Bones Jones with the oh my god, with the raid. Hello, Raiders. Cool Boy Mew, thank you for the raid. Oh my god, hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. That's a big raid. Yeah, it sure is. And this sure is a big stream. Hold on. Thank you so much for the raid, Raiders. We are just at the end of the trial. Thank you for the brand new followers. I think one of them was Cool Boy Mew and Hiru Dollar and All Bones Jones, and oh my god. I'm so sorry I'm not being like the best I can be with this, but like it's been 11 hours and it's 5 in the morning right now. Okay, but I'm so glad that you all are here to enjoy the ending with me. But to give you one brief introduction, my name's Necro Bonello, skeleton vampire assassin extraordinaire, and this is the end. Confused Biscuit 5, thank you for the follow. As I was saying, it's 2 weeks from my re-debut, so all these people, so to all you people joining in, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for watching this. And yeah, it's literally the middle of the day now. Alright, anyway. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Oh my god. This is so good, man. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Understatement of the fucking millennium, Judge! Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Hooray! That is all. This court is adjourned. Alright. Wrap up time. At long last, it's finally over. My sentiments exactly, Nick. Huh? Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. Well, at least she wasn't convicted for a murder he didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. That... She didn't give you a thank you. You didn't get your pat on the back from your sister. Aw, man. You know,
I did my best too, but Law didn't say a single word to me.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Please have good news, Gumshoe. Gumshoe, please don't leave. I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making that detective run around while on duty. He's gonna have something from Lana, probably. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Huh?
The sister! Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Honors code, man, honors code.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Aww. Aww. Hugs! Hugs now! Yeah! Ah, it's so wholesome. No. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Here comes the Ice King. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. He looks so gruntled. Yeah, Edgeworth has a really hard issue with expressing himself. It's kind of cute, if we're being honest. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Oh, wait a minute. Huh? We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. Huh? No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You're seriously gonna take the word of this scumbag? Come on, man. He's blowing smoke up your ass to try and take you down with him. Don't listen to his bullshit. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. The thought of that terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. Yeah. Dude, you got both the biggest scumbags breathing down your neck. But you never shook your own resolve, man. You always did your best to stay true. Even if you played underhanded here and there. You said it yourself. You have a code you stay faithful to. You were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Huh? You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence otherwise you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Absolutely. Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something... You know what? It's the only logical one. It's the most fitting one. It's the one that's gonna pull at the heartstrings the most. Take my wholesomeness! That might mean something to you. But I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! What will you do now? The evidence list? Oh, no duh, I guess, so... Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh well. I felt it was be the most fitting one. Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened to and kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation! It's got a little ducky on it. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis! I will! Bye-bye. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Oh god, fuck the butts. Yes, Maya! A journey to rediscover myself. Ah, thank you very much, confused. Biscuit? Nah. I'm not cute. I'm deadly. But I can be both. That's what we call being flexible. Oh! Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Deadly voice, save it for the death metal scream. Okay, but, just don't do it, tonight, man, cause, my throat's pretty shot from talking for 11 hours. What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. And that's the game. Holy shit on a shingle. Oh, I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be least under a top corner. As for me, my affairs pretty much ended my days in the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back in the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh, we got more. Bruh. What do you got, man? Who's next? Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Damn straight, Gumshoe. Damn straight. I want to say my thoughts, but I'll wait for when we get, like, not any characters. But to sum it up, dude, everyone, like, I think it's pretty obvious my feelings on this game, and the fact I decided to stream for 11 hours. I am not voice acting you again. I am not saying you again. I do not want to hear you ever again. Fuck off, man. Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare blast an air horn. Don't you do it. I'm gonna... They just couldn't let me leave him. They just couldn't let me ignore him, could they? Worst character in the game. Had to get one more word in edgewise, huh? This goddamn curse thing. Can you remove his skull if you didn't already? Oh, I'm just gonna pull out the whole skeleton at this point.
Oh, thank almighty fuck, it's dead.
But as I was saying, if it's not obvious my feelings on this game, I spent nearly 12 hours on this finale and normally I only stream like 5 hours most. Oh, buddy!
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this one in. She ain't one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. Even game begging me and a backer smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
I'm gonna miss Marshall. I think Marshall might be my favorite character out of this case, outside of Emma and Lana. You grew on me. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top player tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kid seems to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around the exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Yeah, I didn't like her at first, but she grew on me. I think she's lightening up now that she knows that Lana was pretty much blackmailed and tortured for 2 years and was forced into this situation. Hey, Judge.
I'll never forget that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I got another trial to go to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no! I forgot my gavel! Sorry, gotta go!
That's a nice chair, dude. Mr. Left. Come on. Oh, come on. You gotta see that pun on at some point, my bud. But, like... Yeah, this entire game was incredible. Alright, trials. Ranking them. My goober! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do hear missing you and your objection. I still can't go back till I'm a full spirit French medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon drink's about to be beginning. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Bye, 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 Goober! Bye, bye, Goober! Yeah! My favorite character. I love Maya. I can't wait to see her. I can't wait to see her again in the sequel. Oh my god. Okay, that made me so happy. That gave me a nice shot of energy. Oh, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. I brought you your tea. Huh? What's going on? He's gone. Alright, if I were to rank the trials, 2 is last, then the first one, then the third trial, then this trial. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. See ya, Goob 2. Now let's see the book. I knew there'd be something. Huh? I feel something wet in my noddles, man. Oh, no. Why? Right at the end. That got me teary. How? Knot holes. You know, since I don't have eyeballs or tear ducts. But as I was saying, like, this one's second to best. The fourth one is still my favorite, though. Here, a vampire hunter stops their attacks. They start for a different reason.
Oh my god, dude. I am exhausted. But thank you all so much for stopping by. And thank you so much for All Bones Jones for the raid. That was incredible of you. But, do me a favor, buddy. Well, just be alright with me being a little late on giving you your shout-out thing, because I gotta fucking sleep, dude. Or at least do my best to. So, I got someone you can see, though. I got a friend of mine, a literal raccoon, is playing some Brilliant Diamond right now. She's pretty cool. She's pretty sweet. I like her. Be sure to spread some love and chill with her. And I want to say again, to all the people who stayed by and chilled and had a good time with me, thank you so much for doing that and hanging out and checking out the last of the trial. I mean, obviously this is like the weirdest spot to do a raid, like the end of a thingy, but it means a lot that you all stopped by. And I also want to say, Phoenix Wright is incredible, and I'll be talking about it on my Twitter later. If you're interested in checking out more of my stuff, my Twitter schedule is up. You can check it out there. I also post my shit on Twitter. And also, another thing in chat. What am I thinking of? Oh yeah, my re-debut. Be sure to spread it among to any people you know, because this clock is kind of sort of fucked up. It's wrong. I'm at like 411, maybe 410 followers now. Let me double check on my phone. Real quick. I gotta hurry. Yeah, I'm at 410 followers now. I'm 90. I need to make it to 90 in 2 weeks. So any shoutouts, any networking, anything you can do to help me out, I'd be eternally grateful. I want to do a massive, cool re-debut for you all. So, the more people there that are there to enjoy it, the better. Anyway, this party's over, but you can enjoy your party with a literal raccoon. Litter, Skell Lads, and Blood Bags alike. Bye-bye.